Doing all right. How are you? I'm a little edgy this morning. It's just walking here, man. So give me a second.
in the other room? Okay.
So they have both rooms, and for some reason you're using this room. I don't know what the flow is.
Okay.
But you'll have, this mic is
Oh.
really loud inside of
Okay.
here. But,
Should I put my computer here?
you can put it there, yeah.
Okay.
We're gonna connect you to the Wi-Fi in here, and then what
Okay.
you do, you actually be able to broadcast on these TVs on each side.
Wow. Will people be in here?
Yeah, they're gonna come in here.
Oh, okay.
Like I said, I think they've got to move them back and forth.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know why.
Well, they're getting real comfortable over there, so.
Let's see here. I assume you need power.
Yes. It is Spofford.
Let's see.
Hold on. Hold on. There's.
You got it? Oh, no one lift up on that. I see they haven't came back and finished this podium yet.
Oh, it's warm in here.
Oh, it is toasty.
Or is this just me?
74 degrees.
You want to see if you can turn it down on the control?
Maybe you can try.
I know, I'll be in here like,
That's me. I'm a fat boy, so I'm totally-
I know, like I sweat very easily, so. I haven't used this in a while either, so.
Well, now that's the other thing too. If you want to walk and use your clicker as you're moving around, we do have a lapel mic here that you can use to talk with, or you can use a regular mic if you want to move around while you're.
Oh.
So it's totally up to you.
And that has a clicker?
Yeah, it's got a clip right there on it. So
Oh.
wherever you want to. And then if you actually want to do a true lapel, we can actually replace what you've got there. We've got a. You hold that one, please. We're live streaming right now. So it's, you can plug in this and clip that on if you want to stick it in your pocket. Just clip that on your lapel. It's totally up to you.
I know, I already have one clipped on me. Maybe.
This one over the speakers in here, though.
Okay. No, I can just stay right here.
Okay, you
I
good
won't
with
move on. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, no, and maybe I'll use that one.
Okay, you want to put that in there? You want to do this? Which one? This one.
Yeah, I'll use that one.
Okay, you want this one? Okay. Okay, so it's live right now.
Okay.
Can you get her on the web real quick?
Let me go get my book bag. I didn't know we were going to.
Hoover 1967-00. The VIA. And prices. $185, $48, $73.
Yeah, they're in the cooler. We're just running it. Don't want one?
Thank you.
has a VPN tool of some sort. She has a VPN tool of some sort that's causing this to not work. You're gonna have to disconnect from your VPN. You're gonna need to disconnect from your VPN. Disconnect from the VPN. No, this is fine. It was already, this was already disconnected. It's the VPN. Every VPN is different.
Wendell, do you know how to disconnect the VPN? No.
Is your presentation on a PowerPoint or is it just on your machine?
It's on PowerPoint.
But she won't be able to.
Oh, you can see what. Get it on a thumb drive?
Save, because it's my work computer.
Uh-huh.
So I can email it to you.
Okay. If you want to email it to me, that'll be fine.
Okay.
Let me just- Aaron, let me do that. And can you change the source for me?
I was gonna see if I could disconnect the.
You should might be able to write through up there. Just right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking.
Because I won't know how to, I won't know how to connect.
Nope.
You
She's
gotta-
not an admin. She'll be able to.
Yeah. I'm like, no, let's not do that.
Okay, so if you'll email me the presentation, get you locked down, huh?
Yes.
It'd be Jason dot Cope, C-O-P-E, at hooveralabama.gov. Hey, Aaron, the easiest thing to do is do a log in there as admin.
Sounds like you're good to go.
I'll get it pulled up for you.
Thank you.
You got it? I'm gonna, is this your clicker to go through the slides? I'm gonna steal it.
Yeah.
And so you don't forget it, it's gonna be plugged into this computer over here.
Okay. And then let me know if you got it before I turn this on. Good, how are you?
Good morning. So happy to see you guys in person and virtually. I'm Dr. Jamie Bell. I'm board certified in family medicine, leadership Hoover class of 2018-2019, the best class, right? And I'm a current board member. We're so happy to have you guys. We've been very excited to be able to continue this year, especially during the pandemic. I'm very proud that we now have a virtual option for people who don't feel comfortable coming in person. We are pleased to have you guys in person. Thank you for giving your time. So proud of you guys because I am the COVID police and I see everybody got their mask. At least they're eating and they're hanging or it's on their face. So thank you. We have worked very diligently to make this year happen, and we know that this year looks a lot different than the past years. So we do appreciate you guys' patience, your feedback. We listen to all of your comments and what you think about each class. Each month the board we get together and we review everything, your recommendations, things that you think we can do better, things that you think we did well. So thank you so much for that. Yeah, as y'all know, the numbers are going up. After the holidays, we had a really huge surge. As you all also know, there are two main variants that have come into the country, the UK variant and the South African variant. Right now in Alabama, there's a little bit under 500,000 cases that we've had, and we've had about 8,500 deaths. In the country, there have been 460,000 COVID-related deaths, over 26 million cases. This thing is real, guys, and I encourage you all to take it seriously. Make sure that even if you get vaccinated, I've been vaccinated completely since January the 6th when I got my second vaccine, but I still wear my mask. I still try to social distance as best as possible because we know that the vaccines right now, the Moderna and Pfizer, are 94, 95% effective. But there's still possibility for people to get the virus because everybody hasn't been vaccinated. So if you do get a chance to get vaccinated, I really do encourage you guys to. Just personally, when I got my first shot on December the 16th, I had a little arm soreness for a couple days. When I got the second shot, January the 6th, the day afterwards, I woke up. I felt like I was going to have a headache that was going to come on. I had some body aches, some fatigue. I worked that day. I felt about 75%. But the next day I woke up and everything was totally gone. So it was like nothing had ever happened. I do have friends who had no side effects after the second vaccine. I have friends who felt bad for about 4 or 5 days. But still with that, that's the best protection that we have out there now. So if anybody has any questions about COVID or anything, please feel free to talk to me. I'm happy to answer any questions. Let me see if we're ready because I'm so excited about today and about introducing the first speaker because guess what? She's my best friend. So I guess we're ready. Okay. So just for formality, I'm going to read her bio. I won't share all the exciting stories about her that we've had over the last. She's been my best friend since 2006. So what's that? 15 years, girl. We got a 15-year anniversary. Okay. So Cindy Wilson is from Jackson, Mississippi, where she graduated with her bachelor's in psychology and master's in counseling from Jackson State University. She received an MBA from Belhaven College. She currently resides in Atlanta, Georgia as an author, international speaker, and social impact strategist. From ideation to implementation, Cindy leveraged an international learning program and has facilitated corporate and university learnings around diversity and inclusion, intersectionality, social justice, acceptance, and current events related to adoption and people of color. Cindy wrote Too Much Soul to share her unique story about being adopted by an African-American family from Seoul, Korea, and growing up in Jackson, Mississippi. Along her journey, she has discovered that as unique as her circumstances may be, her life resonated with so many others that no longer want to be placed in society's box of what type of person we should be based solely on the color of our skin, gender, age, religion, etc. Cindy is well aware that race and culture are very complicated topics to discuss, but her hope is that her story will start the conversation. She believes that our souls are the essence of who we truly are. Once we discover that within ourselves and others is when we find the true freedom of being our most empowered, authentic selves. Thank you guys for the opportunity to present my best friend to you all. She is shattering glass ceilings, breaking through glass ceilings, and she's impacting lives all over the country and internationally. I present to you author Cindy Wilson.
Good morning, everyone. I'm taking her on the road with me. Like, that was amazing. Like, and right now I'm kind of like, I think I'm done now. All right, everybody, I'll have copies of my book outside. Like, thank you very much. But yes, thank you so much. One, to my best friend, Jamie Bell, for asking me to come and speak to you guys today. And thank you for your time. I'm really excited to really share my journey that I've gone through as a transracial adoptee. And to kind of get started, this is where it started. So this is my fresh off the boat picture. This is when I was a baby in Korea. And me and my brother call this picture my boss baby picture. Because as you can see, I look like a little dictator baby. Don't mess with me. So just to kind of share my story with you all, I was born in Seoul, Korea, and I was only a couple of months old and was in an orphanage and had been given up to the orphanage. And my parents were stationed in the Army, and they are an African-American Black couple. And my mom had a lot of miscarriages at the time. And so I don't know if you all know about the history of adoption, especially in Korea. It's the largest international adoption population. And so access, and it was pretty easy to adopt a child at the time. And so my mom thought, this is a perfect opportunity for me to have a child. So her and my father at the time decided to adopt. And I was probably only a couple of months old. We probably stayed in Korea for about a year afterwards, but I don't remember anything about it. So then we moved to America and moved to Chicago about 3 years after they adopted me. They ended up having my brother. So this is myself, my mom, and my brother. A lot of people are like, is that your dad? I'm like, no, that's my younger brother. My parents ended up getting a divorce. And so my brother, my mother, and myself, we ended up moving back to Jackson, Mississippi. And so it was very interesting because I was only 7 years old. And growing up, I don't know if any of you have grown up in a military family before, but it's very diverse. It's a lot of biracial families, integrated families. And so growing up in that environment, it wasn't weird that my situation being Korean and my family being Black, and like it was so much diversity that I never really noticed that it was that big of a difference until I moved to Jackson, Mississippi. I don't know if any of you all are familiar with Jackson, but it's not very diverse. It's not a lot of cultural exposure to a lot of other ethnicities. Very heavy with very Black and white. Growing up, I probably knew 2 other Asian people. They were Chinese, so everybody called me Chinese, and I'm like, okay. So they call me the Chinese cheerleader. I'm like, oh my gosh, people, I'm Korean. There's nothing wrong with being Chinese, but that was interesting. But when I moved there when I was 7 and I started to go to school, I started to get picked on and bullied like all the time. And, it's like when I tell the story, I'm like, I could have given you so many other reasons to pick on me. I wore this Tweety Bird outfit all the time. Like I was super goofy, but the only thing that people picked on me about was because of my eyes. And they would pull their eyelids back. They would try to speak like, in Asian, like they were from, China or Japan or somewhere. And so that was always interesting for me because I was like, wow, okay, so being different for me at the time equated to not being good. So it was really hard for me to embrace like my identity, who I was as an individual. And so I developed a lot of identity issues, especially, my family not being Asian and like really trying to figure out like where I fit in. So for me, it was hanging out with my Black friends, hanging out with my white friends, hanging out with my Asian friends, but never all at the same time. And because that's just how it was. So I ended up fighting all the time because it was like, okay, either I let people pick on me all the time or I just have to like show them, like, no, you're going to respect me. And so I'm like Sophia on The Color Purple. All my life I had to fight. Which, I'm just like, oh, it was like exhausting. But then, like as you get older, you learn that like fighting has consequences. So I was like, okay, I can't do this anymore. So then I learned how to be verbally abusive back to people. You know, I'm like, oh, okay, you got a comeback for me. I got one for you too. But then I learned too that I didn't want to be like the people that were treating me and talking to me. I was like, I feel like I'm becoming just like these people. And I don't want to be that person. Like, I want to be somebody that's kind, you know, that's nice, that's respectful towards other people. And I knew how, like, just physically and verbally, like, those situations had impacted me. And so for me, it was like really, and even to this day, like having to work on relearning my value, working on my confidence. And so while I was in Jackson, I ended up going to a historically Black college and university, Jackson State University. I don't know if you guys are familiar. If you're not, Deion Sanders is our new football coach. We're excited. And that was interesting because, you know, I would get questioned about that, even with my family being Black. Like, well, why are you going to a HBCU? And I'm like, because my grandma went there and my mom went there. And, you know, I'm going to be a cheerleader. Like, duh. But, you know, it was like always people trying to put me in this box of like, well, no, you should be going to other schools or you should be, you know, fitting in with these type of people. And it's like, that doesn't fit who I am as a person. So it was like always having to kind of fight against that. And then, you know, kind of fast forward, I ended up moving to Birmingham, Alabama. Lived here for 4 years. And, you know, when I share my story, it's interesting because, you know, Jamie and I have had the conversation. When I moved here, I was like, why are these people being so nice to me? Like, people wanted to hang out and, like, get to know me. And I'd grown up, like, just about my entire life, like, being so guarded, you know, and, like, having to feel like I had to protect myself. And, you know, so moving to Birmingham, I'm like, I don't understand. Like, what do these people want from me? And I have nothing to offer anybody, you know, especially at the time. You know, and, like, with Jamie, we talk about it, like, I'm like, yeah, I just thought you were weird because you were just way too nice. And she was like, what? That's so weird. But it was just because of the way that I grew up and I wasn't used to that. And so Birmingham for me was really a way to help me be less guarded and to see that there are really kind people out there. And there are in Jackson, but it was just a different dynamic for me, especially growing up there. And so, you know, Birmingham was a great place for me to just really, you know, help to develop my identity a lot stronger and build more confidence. So thank you, Birmingham, for just your kindness and acceptance of me when I was living here, and I loved it. And then I moved to Atlanta, Georgia. So I've been in Atlanta for about 10, 11 years, and that has been a very huge transition piece of my life because I had never before moving to Atlanta been exposed to anyone that was fully Korean. I met maybe, you know, people that were mixed with, you know, half Korean. And like, I don't know if you guys have been to Atlanta, but there's a huge Korean population. Like, you can go on 2 different streets there and like there are Korean restaurants everywhere. I started going to Korean festivals. But then that was interesting too because like when I would go to a restaurant, like Jamie knows, I know like one dish. So like going in there, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna get this dish. And then I'm looking at the menu and I probably know like 10% of the items on the menu. And just, I don't know if you all know transracial adoptees, but we experience a lot of imposter syndrome where when we're within like our heritage and our ethnicity, it's really hard for us to feel a part of that because we didn't grow up in that. And so I'm looking at the menu and just embarrassed that I only know like 2 or 3 things on the menu. But like as I've lived in Atlanta, like exploring more, like trying different things on the menu, and then, like I said, going to Korean festivals. And so that sparked my interest in like, for the first time, going back to Korea. Because people would ask me all the time, like, you don't want to go to Korea? I'm like, no, for what? Like, I will not understand the words that are coming out of their mouth. they probably won't understand mine either. So no, I'm not going there. You know, I didn't grow up with that like that. And then when I moved to Atlanta, that exposure made me more interested in learning more about my culture and my heritage and my ethnicity. So I went to Korea and, you know, I put a lot of pressure on myself. Like, what if people, you know, what if they don't accept me? What does that mean? Like, you know, with me being Korean, I don't know how I'm going to feel. So I was like, just go, just experience it. And I remember the first time I went, like, I did not honestly, you know, feel a part of like being Korean. But it was like I enjoyed the experience because the culture and the heritage is everywhere. I felt probably more connected when I would see like people from other, you know, countries or whatever. And then other people I would meet there, they would be like, oh yeah, they can tell you're not Korean. And I'm like, well, what does that mean? They're like, no, I mean, just because of the way you dress or the way you do your makeup. So I was like, okay, you know, but it was cool. So then I ended up going back the next year and was speaking at a conference. And I remember like after I came out with my book, I started meeting other transracial Korean adoptees, which for me was almost like meeting my tribe that I never felt an instant connection with any group of people that quickly like I did with other Korean transracial adoptees because we share very similar stories. And so I remember taking them to like all of these different restaurants I've been to and clubs or bars or whatever, and like where I would buy souvenirs. And like I would always take them to this one place. And the woman that owned the shop, she didn't speak English. I didn't speak Korean. But for the first time, it was like so weird, like just feeling a connection with somebody that I just didn't think was possible, especially having that language barrier. So, you know, my journey is continuing, but, you know, I'm just going to share with you guys a couple of things that along my journey I've learned, I've had to unlearn, and a couple of things that I've had to relearn. And so, let's see, I can't really see. Can you guys hear me? Okay, perfect. So a couple of things that I had to learn was you create your own narrative. So for me, that's why it was so important for me to share my story and write my book, because I feel like with society, they put you in this box of who you should be as an individual. And like I mentioned before, like those boxes didn't fit for me, and like it just became suffocating. And I'm sure there's so many of you guys out there that just based on how you look externally, people just automatically make assumptions about you. And a lot of that stems from the biases that we have, right? So it's like based on our exposure, based on our experience, these are the experiences that we have. And so it just forms that unconscious bias towards individuals, whether it's, you know, intentional or not. But it's like, you know, having to just re-expose yourself to like different groups of people, the things that you read, the things that you watch are very important. Also, for me, it was learning that it didn't have to be an either or, but it could be a but and. Like, so I could have this, you know, Black family and embrace Black culture because that's what shaped and influenced my life. And, you know, I would be remiss if I didn't give, you know, appreciation towards Black culture and especially Black women, which I feel, you know, has made a huge impact on shaping me into the person that I am today. And then people are not monolithic. Like communities of people, Black people aren't monolithic, white people aren't monolithic, Asian people aren't monolithic. And then even with adoptees, like one thing that I've learned is I've done a couple of interviews, and I've done two with like these Korean newspapers. And they were like, you know, like I love your story, but it's so interesting because you don't seem as traumatized as other Korean adoptees. And like I said, I just recently have like been introduced to this community of people, and like hearing their stories, like I'm very open about sharing mine. But there's some Korean adoptees and a lot of adoptees too that they will not share their story unless maybe you're going through an adoption and you need to know something specifically about it. So it's like you just don't know what people have gone through, the experiences. I think A lot of times with adoption, people glorify that process. And what I tell people is, if you're thinking about it or if you've done adoption, love is great, but support is even better. Because, I hear stories all the time about people that want to learn more about, like, especially transracial adoptees, their culture and their heritage. And this one lady, young lady, she was adopted. She's African American and was adopted by a white family. And last year, like her trying to connect more with her identity, she walked into her home and had a Black Lives Matter shirt on. And her father was like, "Get out of my house with that shirt on." And it's like, to feel like this is your family and they can't connect with the things that are important to you and your culture and what you're trying to learn and reconnect with, can be traumatizing. So the second point is, not only do people want to feel accepted for who they are, but they want to feel safe. So I'll speak to my personal experience last year, with everything that's going on with COVID, with the Asian community, us being targeted and hearing stories about an 80-year-old or like an older Asian woman being burned just for being Asian, or like people being brutally physically attacked, verbally attacked, and it just recreating a lot of trauma that Asian people have had to go through, especially when we were younger, and not comparing it to other communities of people, but like for me, when I talked about for a very long time being picked on and bullied, and now being a grown woman and thinking to myself, if I go to the grocery store, what do I do if somebody says something to me? Or even worse, if they physically attack me, what do I do? So it was like, for me, it took me back to that place and kind of triggered that trauma again, to the point where I was like, very guarded. But, nothing ever happened, thank God. But, I did mention earlier, I am a fighter, so. So luckily I didn't have to go there. But another point, you will always remember the individuals that treated you the best and the worst. And I write about both of those people in my book. So be careful how you treat people, because you could end up in somebody's book. I'm just saying. But, I was really excited to speak to this group of individuals, because, knowing that my best friend is a part of this group and you guys are leaders of the community. So you have been selected because you are leaders within your community. So knowing the importance of how your words and how you treat people can either empower or traumatize individuals, and I think as a community of people overall that we should all consider that. But I think as leaders, we really need to embrace that, with other individuals. Some things I've had to unlearn. Being different isn't bad. It's your superpower. So growing up, having identity issues, like really hating my eyes, like, like when I'm hanging out with my white friends, we're putting on baby oil and like, I'm just like burning my skin, like trying to fit in. And, but then it's like getting older and learning to embrace like my beautiful almond shaped eyes that they kiss in the corner, and having to really just relearn or, unlearn like all the things that I really hated about myself, and like now, people are like, "Oh, you're so exotic." And I'm like, "Oh, okay." Like nobody told me that when I was younger, but it's like, I'll take it now. And then share your story versus your stats. So growing up the way that I did, like feeling like I always had to prove myself. And it's like, okay, well, if they're not going to accept me for me and who I am and how I look, then I need to be accomplished. I need to, have these kind of things under my belt. And so, like, when I'm meeting people, I'm telling them about all of my accomplishments. But that's not really what, like, for maybe some people that might connect with them. But what I had to learn is that your story is really what connects with people and helps people, because it creates that space for them to not feel like they're alone. And, and sometimes for some people, it creates that space for them to feel safe. So just consider that. And then question everything like what you've been taught so you can evolve. And so what I had to unlearn was like not just accepting the status quo, but really questioning everything like why? I don't understand that. Like that doesn't make sense. And I think the younger generation does a really great job of doing that. And I think we all have to, because we've been so I guess, like trained in a sense to kind of think that these are how things are. But we're really having to unlearn a lot of that in order to really, get to a lot of truths about different things. And then what I had to relearn is leaving room for others to be human. And so, just allowing that space for grace for individuals because we're all on different paths in our journey. So I'll give you an example. Like when I was in Jackson, I worked in a department, and all of my coworkers were white. And they became like my family, like my second family. Like I would go to some of their homes and eat their food, and we would go out to lunch all the time. But we would have really interesting conversations, especially when it came to race. And so, it would be like I have a black friend, or, like, no, I love black people. And I'm like, well, would you all of them had children. Would you let your child date a black person? And a lot of them would be like, no, I mean, only because of society and how it is. And I'm like, well, regardless of that, would you be okay with that? And a lot of them were like, just the way my family is, I don't know, if that would, be acceptable. And so it was like we would have these conversations, which I think is great. Like conversations are really great to really understand people and where they are. And I remember one of my directors, he was like, we were having a conversation, and he said, Cindy, I'm going to be honest with you. When I found out you went to a HBCU, he was like, I honestly never really thought a good product or students came out of HBCUs. And he wasn't saying anything that I hadn't heard before. And I knew that was the risk I was taking with going to a HBCU because of the perception that people had about the level of education there. But I knew, doing my research and having family that went there, that Jackson State had some of the top educational programs. And so he was like, after meeting you and, having some of the conversations we had, it just really kind of made me think about, some of the ways that I thought about different things. And he was like, and it's not because, I think it's right or whatever. He was like, I just have never really been exposed to people that have gone to school there. I've never, growing up as a white man, been exposed to a lot of diversity. And I remember I talked about that on one of my interviews that had gone viral on YouTube, and he got a lot of criticism about me making that statement. It's like, how can you talk about HBCUs like that? But we have to allow people to be honest with where they are so they can get a better understanding of certain situations, and it was like us having that conversation. He had a better understanding of the importance of HBCUs and the impact that it's had on African American students and people in the population. So just think about that. I think we're really, prone to be critical of other people and where they should be in their journey, especially when it comes to diversity and inclusion, but just really consider that also. Everyone needs support, but in different ways. So I know I've spoken on a lot of panels. I've listened to a lot of panels. And especially everything that happened with racial injustice last year, I was listening to this panel, and overwhelmingly, they would say, ask the people that were Black on the panel, how can we support you? Overwhelmingly, they all said, listen. But listen and don't insert yourself. Because what happens when you do that is you become dismissive of other people and their situations that they've gone through. So, just really consider that, especially if you guys are having these conversations about race and racial injustice, that is probably one of the most undervalued characteristics or traits that you could have that truly supports people. And then like even like with one of my friends, being a woman of color, like we've gone out before. I remember we went to a bar and she's black, I'm Korean, and the bartender, she was white, and she was barely serving us. But then she would be at the other end of the bar with like the white patrons there, and was like very, talkative, and maybe she knew them, I don't know. But it was like very obvious that she was kind of ignoring us. And so eventually I just was like, "Excuse me, do you have an issue with serving us?" She was like, "Oh no." And then she came up with some excuse or something. And then I asked my friend, I was like, "Why didn't you say anything?" And she was like, "Because she was," and I was like, "No, okay." So I said, I feel like when these things happen, I'm always the one that says something. Why don't you ever say anything? And she was like, "I don't ever say anything because if I did, it would be exhausting how many times I would have to say it." And I was like, "Yeah, but I mean, I don't mind calling people out." And she was like, "But it's different when it comes from you and how they see you externally versus when it comes from me and I say it and I become the angry black woman." And I was like, like for me, it was like my family's black. I'm always going to advocate, for people when somebody tries to do them wrong. But I never really thought of it from that standpoint of like how people are like viewing me versus how they're viewing like somebody in my family or one of my friends. Compassion, empathy, and kindness requires action versus thought. So, it's like I think we have to get to a place where we're more consciously compassionate versus conveniently compassionate towards other individuals, and just really being more not dehumanizing individuals. And we all do it with different communities of people. And where I kind of felt I did it and kind of caught myself was with like the homeless community. Like I would notice how like it was so easy for me to just walk past a group of homeless people or like as I'm going into a store and not even think twice about it. And then, if I don't go home for the holidays, I volunteer for Hosea Feed the Hungry. And I remember, like Jamie knows, I love talking to any and everybody. So I was talking to a group of homeless individuals, and I was like, "What is the support that you feel that you need? Like, what do you think would help you the most, being in the situation that you're in?" And a lot of them said, "We just want people to talk to us." Like, I think a lot of people, they think that we want money, but we would really just want people to like have a conversation with us and to feel like we're human and not being overlooked all the time. And I was like, wow, So it was like for me, I make a very conscious effort to, at minimum, speak to, any individual that I may pass by or see, regardless of their situation. And so this is one of my favorite quotes from Mother Teresa. "There's one thing you could do for me," she finally says in her broken English. "Tomorrow morning, get up at 4 a.m., go out in the streets of Phoenix, find someone who believes that he is alone and convince him that he's not." So, thank you. And if you guys have any questions, I'm an open book, so please feel free to ask me. And definitely, I would love for you guys to keep in touch with me. That's my social media. If you guys want to go to my website, I have merchandise also. My brother put that QR code on there because he's the nerd of the family, and he's like we're like reverse roles stereotypes. Like I'm horrible at math and science, and he is amazing. He's a VP of data science. So I was like, "Oh yeah, thanks for that. I would have never figured that out." So, and he can attest, like my technology this morning, I was like, I don't know, like help. All right, any questions? Yeah.
Was it about, you said your experience at coming to Mississippi and then coming to Birmingham, much better experience for you. What about Birmingham made it better for you?
Yeah, I don't know, like because the people in Jackson, like I love the people in Jackson, like, but it's almost like I felt like I had to go through a hazing process initially for them to kind of accept me, and then when they accepted me, then it was cool. And then maybe it was because too, like when I lived in Jackson, I was a lot younger. So I went through at that younger age more of a bullying process, or being bullied, being picked on for a very long period of time, and it's like even in Jackson, like I'm sure you guys know, like for me growing up, seeing the Confederate flag was like nothing, but knowing that these people like are wearing it or have it on their car because they're racist, and like don't mess with them because they may do something to you, and it's like just last year they just removed that Confederate piece off of our flag. So it was like, it was a lot of tension at times and like just, you know, a lot of things you had to deal with when it came to race, whether it was overt or not. But then like coming to Birmingham, I don't know. Like I don't know if it's something in the water you guys drink, but I just remember like telling Jamie, I was like, it was so weird to me that people were so nice. And I do think maybe too the transition was for me, I had developed more confidence in myself and who I was, and like I was more in touch with that. So I think that's what kind of drew people to me at the time also. But I'm so glad you guys were very nice and kind to me. Otherwise it could have been a totally different story about Birmingham, Alabama. But yeah, I mean, like, it's just so weird how many times Jamie and I have had the conversation, and like her being like, "That's so weird that you thought I wanted something or that." But and it was just because I was like so guarded. And it's like I still am kind of like that with people. Like I love people, but I'm very guarded, and like there's that trust factor too from just experiences that I've had that make me kind of like that. But I don't know, the people here were just way more very embracing. So it was a very great experience here. Anybody else have a question? No? Yeah.
Have you visited Korea since you've been adopted?
Yes. So I've been back twice. And the first time that I went, I mentioned that, I wasn't sure, like, are people going to accept me? And so having to kind of go through that experience, was like, I don't know, it almost kind of felt like when I took those DNA tests that you take. I'm like, oh God, what if this comes back and it says I'm Chinese? And like, I went off on these people all these years for calling me Chinese. So it was like, just going on this journey and like really figuring it out, but like knowing that like I can still embrace how I grew up, but then like still be okay with like now going on this other journey of like learning more about my ethnicity and my heritage. And like I've learned so much too about just the Korean adoption process that has caused a lot of trauma in, transracial adoptees. So, like now kind of being on the end of where I'm at now, has been really interesting. And I was supposed to actually go back last year to film a documentary, but, wasn't able to do that. So, yeah.
What type of guidance and advice have you received from your mom? I know that she's been such an important part of your life, obviously. What type of advice and guidance did you get from her as you went through this discovery process about yourself?
Yeah. So that's been interesting because if you read my book, me and my mom, like, that has not been a great experience. But around the time where I wrote my book, it was a lot better. And I was really scared. Like, what if come out with this book and it causes more problems and tensions between us? And when I came out with the book, and my thing was like, I don't want to hurt anybody, but I want to tell the truth. And so when I came out with the book, I could tell like it kind of hurt her feelings. But I don't know, this might be oversharing. But like me and my mom, we like psychics. And we were in New Orleans and, we had gone to the same lady, but like went in at different times or whatever. And I remember the lady telling me, she was like, you and your mom, and like, even when we were on that trip, we were not in a good place. And the lady telling me, she was like, you and your mom are going to be okay. And I was like, I don't think so. And she was like, no, really. She was like, you're going to write your mom a letter and everything's going to be okay. I was like, I'm not writing that lady nothing. Like, she's a little cuckoo. Like, mm-mm. And when this book came out, even though she felt some kind of way, I remember she messaged me and she was like, because I kept saying, before I even came out with the book, I sent her a copy. And I was like, yeah, read it. And my brother was like, no, read these chapters. And she was like, okay. So she messaged me and was like, hey, so I read the chapter about XYZ. And it was like the good part about her. And she was like, yeah, I loved it and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, oh, did you read the next one? She was like, no, not yet. I was like, oh, God. So then she read that part. And then she was like, so I read the other chapter. And I mean, if that's how you felt, then that's how you felt, you know, and, you know, and I understand, you know. And so I was like, yeah, she probably does not like the fact that I wrote this story. But now, like, sometimes I go home and she's like, you should call the pastor and see if you could like sell your books in the lobby. And I'm like, okay. And then like they started like this reality show. And she was like, you should be on there and promote your book. And now she's like super supportive. But I think like because sometimes verbally we had issues communicating with each other, what our issues were with one another, I think her being able to see me having written it out and my experience with her and some of the things I had to go through, it helped her to understand, you know, some of those issues a little bit better. I think actually a lot better because we're in an amazing place right now. Yes. So I've tried twice and I've kind of hit a wall. For me, it's not as big of a deal as it is for other like transracial adoptees. Like for some of them, they don't feel whole until like they can meet their birth family. A lot of them don't get support from their adopted families. They're like, we're your family. So that kind of becomes traumatizing. Or like if their birth family, sometimes they have other families that don't even know about them. So sometimes they kind of deny that process. So, and it's like even my friends that have gone through that process and have met their family, it's still emotional for them. So it's like, I know that, you know, like it would probably take somewhat of a toll on me. And I've always been like, you know, I love my family. These are the people that raised me. They're my family. But I don't want to get to the point, too, where I get too old, they get too old, and it's like, lady, like, no, you're like 80 and now you want to like search for your family. So I do feel like I need to ramp that process up a little bit more, you know, just to kind of like it would be interesting to see people that look like me, you know, and it's like always like going to the doctor and it's like, what's your family history with XYZ? And I'm like, I don't know, you know. So I'm still kind of going through that process, but I'm probably not as involved in the process as a lot of my friends are. Anybody else? All right, well, yeah.
Why do you think the adopting families have so much issues? Because they think, look, I raised you,
Yeah.
and now you're turning your back on me.
Mm-hmm. They take it very personally, which is like to me, you know, and I know a lot of adoption agencies now, and especially for transracial, are trying to incorporate more workshops. Because I know some friends that kind of run those workshops, and just the importance of, like I mentioned before, like love is great, and you want them to feel like they're a part of the family. Like you're no different from us, but we are different from you, you know? And it's like, and when you go out into the world, they're going to remind you all the time, you're different than me. But yeah, I mean, and I totally get it. Like you're invested in this child, you love this child. Like, why would you, you know, like I took you out of this situation. But then sometimes, you know, you have to be careful that it doesn't become like a savior type complex, you know, and that you're not being supportive of what they kind of need, you know, throughout their life's journey to kind of feel whole or figure out, you know, their history. Right. Anyone else? Well, awesome. Well, thank you all so much. I know I've got.
Thanks to Region Bank, you all get a copy of Free Copy of her book. Tyler is not here to accept the accolades, but he'll be here later today. But she can sign them out there, or you can just pick up a copy. But we'll go ahead and let you get out there and get set up. We put a few books on the table already. So we will be adjourned until 9:30 back in this room, and let's try to do that 9:30 sharp. There's plenty of food left out there. If you didn't have the breakfast frittata, I recommend it. So y'all eat up, and we'll see you back in this room at 9:30. Y'all, that's a 26-minute break. Not do that.
Lori. Lori.
Well, yeah. And let me know how to spell it too.
She really appreciated it. She said you did a good job.
I'm so sorry. And you know what? So I think I might be stupid, but this is your email or has Kevin already signed it? Well, look at him. I mean, come on. Yeah, you know what? I mean, from my computer, but you're saying if I can access the email, I'll do it on Jim to do.
I just started, my dad.
I will do that.
People love it. It's very relaxing. It really is. You know, crossword puzzle or like book. It all always have to come coffee. Watch the birds fly. You've got children.
built it already. When you saw it, it's done. Yeah, I'd seen.
Yeah, because, you know, then when it had built it, then it came out.
Just false. I'm gonna hurt you on that committee.
You know, it's your fault. What's funny is,
I
you
didn't
talk
get it
about,
until
you talk
after.
about how nice it was, and you're just like, man, that's a really nice, I think it's fun.
Oh, yeah.
Tore down.
Great house, nice Porsche. He's really got it going on over there. I'm like, where's the Porsche? One day we're gonna driving by.
Well, maybe I does finish the house.
It does. It's gotta look great.
Especially in Bluff Park, like, there's other communities having fun with Bluff Park, you know, that big deal. You know, so Bluff Park is just such a walkable, fun community, you want to be seen. out there.
Plus you got the sidewalk right there.
I love the grills. That's the problem, is it's just so.
Legacy,
Yeah.
single family.
Yeah.
It's a model.
Your name's Mark.
There's nothing.
I wasn't sure. It's amazing.
It's true.
Yeah, man, we did.
As well as the one way to go. You do long term. You could
Yeah.
walk on that.
There's a segment here. There's segments of this. That makes sense. Like the pockets of good places. That's the whole shit of that place. You go down blast. One of my buddies bought Hoover. I gotta get my shoe game. Like we talked about this the other day. My shoe game is
super popular.
yeah, my shoe game is just so basic. I gotta do something. Well, Stephanie bought these. These are the only price shoes.
I know, which is not about what the guys. Was it Nikes?
No. Yeah.
They're not really talking
It's
about.
the,
Nikes in the shoe business?
the Nike.
Nike did do a partnership with Cole Holland at one point.
Has a little bubble in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have a Cole Haan. They used to.
They do, I don't know now. I think they stopped that across them.
I do, man. Everybody's got.
Hey, get you a pair of white new balances is what you need now.
Yeah, no, it's funny. I had it out there, and I showed up somewhere, and my buddy just looked at me and he's like, we're at a watching a football game at a restaurant.
All
He's
black.
like, dude, you're my 65-year-old.
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
there.
man, white New Balance.
Only if you had the black knee socks with them.
Yeah.
Hey, give this to people when you retire. You get a pair of those.
They're like $30.
How best they go?
I don't like shopping. You know, $30 I got it.
You know what's so funny? My teenage daughter, the all white tennis shoes
Feeler?
is like, look, you know, they're
Your hot?
Nike, but it's like what they want. These teenage girls, I'm like, you're kidding me. Plus, how do you put some skinny?
Oh, yeah.
Man, they give this new balances to people when they're retiring. When they come to meet with you, when people come to meet with you, you should give them those new balances. You're like, enjoy your retirement.
Yeah.
Retirement
That's
account
funny.
and
Yeah, thanks for opening your retirement account.
Your choices are all white or all black? All black.
You can sign the side of them.
Hey,
you put white socks with black.
I'm gonna wear my white New Balances to the next meeting. I don't know if I can.
Oh, that's very
Just to
sweet
prove to
stuff.
you that I have.
I believe you. Just think
I
of it.
believe you. Well, I still got, you know, a note to check out those Cole Haan dress shoes.
Yeah.
That link you gave me?
Yeah, they're comfortable. Those dress shoes with like leather sole.
Yeah.
Your feet are rocked.
Some people, my goal is to have the confidence to be the guy that can wear my suit with like cool sneaker shoes. You know, like when you've made it officially, you can get away with that.
Are you doing it?
I tried leather sole and a
Hey,
British
good morning.
spider. What do you think, Mexico?
Yeah.
If you could do that, yeah, that level of confidence.
Status.
mustache. Like I've known the guy for like 5 years now, and I'm like, whoa, John. And it was just like, but he pulled it off. I'm like, man, I wish I could do it. I wish I could do it. So confident. Hey, buddy. Come on, dude. He pulled it off. I'll give him credit. Somehow. Okay, I'm
So
there.
everybody good for Thursday? Thursday, night for this? Where's everybody?
Screen layouts are empty. And you got daycare, just like sources. You have daycare as well?
All those pre-pop panels are.
Well, so you also have daycare with it.
Meetings are allowed, I don't know where to force it.
Yeah, I'm gonna put extra on it. Like I moved my baseball practice tonight because we have Thursday. Thursday's short for me. Mondays are really bad.
Yeah.
I mean, right.
Things, I don't have a lot on my calendar on Mondays.
Okay.
I mean, all those emails over the
Everything
weekend,
happens, everything
people
happens,
call
yeah.
in, and then next thing I know, I'm spending my
Same here.
Mondays. So I usually don't schedule anything on Monday because I know it's gonna give me a different direction.
Where's the
It's nice of them to give us a copy of the book.
Yes.
So nice.
Supporting her too, that's great.
Yes. I can't believe, like, she, everyone thinks she was beautiful. Thank you.
That's a good kickoff, Lori. We gotta keep it going.
All right, thank you. Yeah, when Jamie was like, we can get an international author and speaker, I was like, heck yeah.
Okay.
that was actually really good.
Ghost Rider. Oh, hold on. I did get one thing that came back. I got a CHV center. That's the only one that came back. Which I think is what.
It's confusing, and it was confusing because I didn't know.
So what time do they get in here?
They'll probably start around about 12.
All right. Well, thank you for checking.
Thank you.
I'm in the extra right now, but.
Excuse me. Hey, this is Dana Carr.
How you doing? How you doing?
Cody,
Yeah.
Yeah. Good.
Nice to meet you. Thank you for being here with us.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Did you get this, PowerPoint?
Yep. I've got it all loaded up. We're just trying to figure out how to do split screen for the live streamers.
I'm on the encoding and layout.
Well, you don't need to let go.
Oh, man, that makes me bad.
Okay, and it's
Like all that.
yeah, there's layout presets to the right. See them there, TV, TVP, upper left, and then I see a side by side, which is what I want, which is layout settings.
Touching the world.
Okay, so that's an example of what I want to do. Airline setting. That is true.
Now they know.
Yeah, what's interesting is I can actually see the source code and I can do the custom coding button right there. And it comes to switch applications. I can see the sources there, but if I list view, it doesn't pop up.
Yeah, we kinda need to do that. Like, I got a meeting with, regions, about the budget. You wanna show me what they have? He said that there will be. If it wanted to do this virtually, we're not live in this one. I think it's a good thing. Or some free, but that's only teaching like each student.
lit up red, you're live. Hit it again.
You're gonna say you'll need to use the mic for the live streamers. We do have a live stream going on, so the camera up there in the very back. We're live there, so.
Hello, everybody.
So. Yeah, let's see. I turned this off, but you just hit push to turn it on, or that's live already.
Maybe I need a screen on my computer to see what slide I'm on, I guess, since I won't be able to see it from here. I think.
That is. He needs to be able to see his slides. I bring my computer up here.
Okay. Unfortunately, I should have
Anybody
remembered.
know anything?
Yes. Yep. Good. Yes, and I got a printout version too, so I'm good. I can do them both. I can do them both. My man, how you been? You know good. Man, don't tell me here royalty up in here. I would have bought some roses. It makes you good, you know.
There's also a screen right here. Look at here. You can talk from over here.
It's like, be careful about bending and turning, bro, because it's wired into the floor.
Hope that wasn't live stream.
Right there.
So
When she pops it up, you'll be able to see everything. You can talk to them like that. It's live as well, too.
and then and then will she go from slide to slide when I tell her, or would I?
Does she have a clicker?
Yeah, or would I have the ability to go from slide to slide?
You want to give him the clicker so he can click the slides?
Okay. Good deal. Thank you. That's high tech.
Getting there. Well, I'm disappointed my big screen ain't working.
All right, let's try to get started on time. Thank you, everybody, for being back in here. So what did y'all think of Cindy? Can y'all believe she ever had a doubt that she was beautiful? That's hard to believe. Yeah, she was gorgeous. So do you all remember you got those Leadership Hoover t-shirts? Miss Leslie Schiffman Moore was that half sponsor for that, so I'm going to bring her up. She was a graduate of last year's class. She's actually the chairperson for today, and she's going to introduce our next speaker.
Good morning, everybody. I was last year's class, third year, best class ever. I'm here to introduce Mr. Danny Carr. Danny is the district attorney in Jefferson County. He is, my relationship with Danny is that he was my boss for a little while, and he was a fantastic boss to have. It's just time for me to leave the world of prosecution. Danny is currently the district attorney of Jefferson County, the Birmingham division, and when he was elected on November 6th of 2018, he became the first African-American male to hold this position ever. Danny had been a prosecutor at that point in time for 19 years, since May of 2000. He prosecuted lots of felony jury trials, including sexual assaults and homicides. One of the most recent cases he prosecuted was a very complex triple homicide that happened over near the airport, and there were 3 defendants. He also prosecuted the last one, I think, he prosecuted the person that was killed in Railroad Park. So he's done a lot of good work on the ground floor before becoming the head of the office. Danny lectures and trains police officers and sheriff's deputies in the area of courtroom procedure, victimless prosecution of domestic violence cases, and the Criminal Code of Alabama. He's a former adjunct professor in the area of criminal law and criminal sorry, I am stumbling all over the place today. Criminal procedure at Jefferson State Community College and professor of law at the Birmingham School of Law, where he teaches criminal law and criminal procedure. He is also a former faculty member at the National Advocacy Center for New Prosecutors, which is a really prestigious thing to be asked to teach there. That's in South Carolina. He is a current instructor at Miles College School of Law, where he teaches criminal law and criminal procedure. He's been admitted to practice law in the Alabama Supreme Court and the United States Supreme Court, in the federal courts in the northern and middle districts of Alabama. He is a former board member at the Western Area YMCA and City Program. He is a current board member at the Moravian Academy, which is a school for at-risk youth, Children's Village, Prescott House, Crime Stoppers of Metro Alabama. He is also a member of the Metropolitan Criminal Justice Executive Association and a current appointee of the Jefferson County Medical Examiners Commission. Mr. Carr has currently been selected to work with the Y Achievers program sponsored by the YMCA and a recent member of the Rotary Club of Shades Valley. Mr. Carr was recently featured in the Small Business Magazine regarding the opening of his barber and beauty salon in the Inslee area, along with various other community and civic work. Mr. Carr attended Council Elementary and Jackson Olin High School, received his undergraduate degree from Alabama State University, and his Juris Doctorate degree from Miles College School of Law. He is a member of Kappa Alpha Psi fraternity. In 2010, Mr. Carr was selected by his peers as one of the top 100 attorneys in the state of Alabama and top 40 most influential males in Jefferson County. He has started a theft diversion court in the Birmingham division and held a second chance job fair for convicted felons. And so I would like to present to you Mr. Danny Carr, who I am proud to call a friend.
Well, let's see. I'm going to stand over here so I can see my PowerPoint. It's kind of strange, so this angle is not the best angle. However, it's high-tech technology allows you to see it up here, and I'm sure there's some live streamers. So again, so thank you, Ms. Moore, for that introduction. I hate you had to leave our office, or you decided to leave them. I hope it wasn't me, but I appreciate the work you've done. And thank you to Leadership Hoover for having me. And this won't be long, but I wanted to try to make this informative because we all know what prosecutors do. Prosecutors hold people responsible for the criminal acts they commit in our communities. That ranges from the death penalty to life without parole to 30 and 40 years in prison for crimes that they commit, and to deciding creatively whether or not an appropriate sentence may be something that we can collaborate with the defense and try to bring about justice in whatever way justice comes. So I've been a DA for 3 years, elected DA, but I was there 17 years as an assistant DA. And my grandfather always talked about there's something to be said about earning your way and earning the respect of your peers and being on the front lines first and doing things that you need to do to get to the point where I am now. So hopefully I'm serving the community well. But let's get started. So I'm gonna try this. And in the court, I'm used to walking around. I don't use electronic stuff in the courts. The judges are kind of laugh about it. I still use Polaroid pictures and put them on a overhead projector. I'm just old school. That's who I am. I still write checks. There's my friend, the mayor. I knew he would show up and make me nervous. He does that all the time to me. That's what he does. He came to my swearing in the same way, but good to see you, Mayor. And but I still write checks and put them in the mail. Put my stamp on them. I don't do anything online. Thank you. That's how I am. So bear with me with this technology stuff, all right? All right. So, felony warrants. I want to just give you an overview so you can understand. The Jefferson County Birmingham Division DA's office is the largest office in the state of Alabama. We have approximately about 117 employees. We have 43 lawyers. The next largest office in the state, so you can understand the depth, the next largest office in the state, I think, has a total of 21 lawyers. So that's how big the Birmingham Division office is. So I want to give you an overview. When you talk about felony warrants issued, felonies, in 2016, 7,481 felonies. Talking about felonies in the Birmingham Division. 7,818 in 2017. Just look at the numbers. 8,136 in 2018. 8,515 in 2019. Not counting the misdemeanors of over 10,000 misdemeanors, with just 43 lawyers. Homicides, look at the numbers. These are numbers that are reflective of cases that we actually found probable cause and issued a warrant on, not the homicides that maybe we either justified or determined that that person acted in self-defense or determined that there should not be a charge because we can't make a case. These are numbers that are reflective of cases that we actually made and are prosecuting. Now, if you just add those two together, over the years, there are only so many judges, so many DAs, so many courtrooms to handle these cases. But I think this gives you kind of an overview of the depth of the cases we handle with what we have. Now, real briefly, grand jury. Most offices in the state, they do a quarterly grand jury. They have one every 3 months, and they do about 250 cases. In Birmingham, we have a grand jury every month, and we have an extra one in December, too. We do 13 grand juries a year, versus most areas do at least 2 to 3. The law says that if you have 50,000 people in your city, or more, you have to have 4 grand juries a year. That's the law. Anything under 50,000, you only have to have 2. We have 13, and each week, each session, we have about 100 witnesses testifying. They only last 1 week. But look at the last line. 300 to 350 cases presented in a week. 1 week. 300 to 350 cases in our grand jury. That's 1 week, and we have 13. Now, Sexual Assault Kit Initiative. I want to talk to you about this for a minute, because some people may not know about this. So some of this information I want to give you are things that we're doing other than technically just prosecuting people as well, because I want you to understand the full depth of what we're doing and why we're doing it. The Sexual Assault Kit Initiative was something that we wanted to take on because I felt like crimes against persons, especially intimate crimes, were on the rise. And we needed to look at those cases and prioritize those cases and bring better cases so we can bring justice in those cases. So we applied for a grant, and we were able to get that grant, and it's called the SAKI. That's what we named, the Sexual Assault Kit Initiative. And if you look at each one of these, it talks about inventory. It talks about a multidisciplinary team that we put together. It talks about crime analysis, investigation support, and specialized prosecution. Now, I'm going to talk a little more about it on this next slide. What did we learn? That's the question. What did we learn? Well, we learned that there were several rape kits that had never been submitted. There were rape kits that were still in the various jurisdictions' evidence rooms for a variety of reasons. Not necessarily just saying it was law enforcement's fault, but there were a variety of reasons why. But those rape kits were submitted. So look, we found almost 5,000 rape kits in storage in 21 evidence rooms throughout Jefferson County. Think about that. 5,000. 3,876 of those kits were unsubmitted. Unsubmitted. They were there. There were 625 sexual assault kits that we end up submitting so far, because we can only submit so many because of the work that has to be done, how they have to be looked at, and the work that Department of Forensic Sciences, they only have so many people that can examine those kits. We've sent 625 over, 245 Alabama Department of Forensic Sciences reports have been returned to us, meaning worked and returned to us. And these are cold cases. These are cases that may have happened, and some of which have happened in 2000, in 1989. 150 DNA profiles were obtained, meaning we know who the source of that DNA was. We know who the perpetrator is from this kit. 75 CODIS hits were returned. What does CODIS mean? CODIS means that whenever someone is arrested, their DNA is collected and is kept. So if you do something later on, we're able to run that DNA against that information that was collected against you. 73 positive CODIS hits. We know who the people are. 54 offender hits. So what we found out was that there were several kits that hadn't been submitted. There were several cases that could be made, and we were able to make some of those cases. And we've contacted the survivors. I don't call them victims, I call them survivors. We've contacted the survivors, and we've made cold cases out of these cases. So this is some good work that's going on, that we're able to bring justice to people that never thought that they would get justice in these type of cases. I want to talk to you real quick. Anybody here heard of One Place? There we go. Oh, somebody have. I want more people to know about it. One Place. Hey, Doc. One Place. Oh, Melanie Pose is here too. The news is here, y'all. Anyway, no, I'm just kidding. You have to laugh sometime, not to cry in this world, by the way, y'all. But One Place. Why is One Place important? Hold on one second, y'all. Can I get this mic too? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. One Place. Why is One Place so important? I'm passionate about this, so I want to walk around for a second. It's just the courtroom in me now. But here's why this is so important. One Place And again, we're talking about sexual assault cases. You can see I kind of prioritize that with the grant and now with this. One place, we had a young lady who was the victim of a sexual assault, and while she was coming to talk to us about what happened, we noticed that she had to go talk to, and this is an expert in these sexual assault cases, by the way. She did a lot of them. But we noticed she had to go talk, she had to tell the officer on the scene. She had to then go tell the detective. Then she had to turn around and tell the DA. Then she had to turn around and tell the doctor. Continue to tell that story over and over. Then she had to go get a rape kit done somewhere. Then she had to go try to get a PFA done somewhere. All the things that you have to do. And the one thing she said I thought was profound years ago was, why can't this just be done in one place, in one location? Why do I have to keep doing this over and over and going around? Henceforth, one place. One place is located right now on the south side, but I will tell you that we've bought and gotten a new building. It's an old bank building. Anybody ever bank with Alatrust Bank, old Teachers Credit Union? We got that building, and we're currently going to move into that building. But in one place, what we're doing is the Family Justice Center, but everything is done under that umbrella. We have sheriff deputies, Birmingham police there. We've had Hoover cops come over there. We have social workers there. The rape kits and sexual assault examinations are done there. The PFAs, YWCA, they're all under this one roof. So that person can get the service that they need at one location, at one time, and tell their story one time for that one moment. This place, they're doing good work over there, but all the agencies are under that one roof, and I can tell you that this has made a lot of difference in our rape cases, in our sexual abuse cases, in our sexual assault cases. It has been a miracle for us, and we're appreciative of the people that work in this location. But this graph just tells you everything that we do. Provide everything from hotlines, forensic exam, protective orders. We have people to go to court with them, long-term housing. Everything is handled at one location. Everything. Real quick, the issues. Everybody know that the DA's offices and law enforcement, there's a spotlight on you. And real quick, some of the big issues that we dealt with. Money bail. People asked about money bail. Why is that important? Well, the Department of Justice was going to come down and actually sue us because they were talking about disparities in bail. And why that was important was because two guys, Ms. Moore and I, can commit the same crime. But if she's from an affluent family, she gets out and I sit, strictly because I'm poor. We felt that wasn't right. So we wanted to make the system work for everybody. So what we did, we adopted what's called the VPRA, which is a risk assessment tool. Virginia Pretrial Release Assessment Act, which now takes money out the equation. And the Department of Justice, they went away, they got in their cars and they left and they're like, hey, that's perfect, that's great. It takes money out the equation. So basically what we tell people now, your resume dictates whether you get out or not. You're a menace to society, you've been committing several crimes, then your point scale is up, you're gonna sit. Not because you're poor, but because we believe that you're a danger to society. But if you're able to get out, strictly because you hadn't done much and your crime wasn't violent, then under the risk assessment tool, you're able to get out. So we're able to level the playing field under that. We have diversion programs that are now available to everyone, whether you're indigent, meaning poor or not. So just because you can't afford to get in a program doesn't mean you can't get in a program. Why are diversion programs important? Let me give you a little legal advice right now. You can tell your friends, which they say I shouldn't do this, but diversion programs are important because if we don't truly have a purging statute here in Alabama, meaning people talk to you about expungement, I want to get this expunged from my record. We don't truly have a purging statute. We don't. It's not good. But here's what is good. If you complete a diversion program and a judge dismisses your case with prejudice because you've completed it, now you can get that conviction expunged. So if you got a young nephew that does something silly while he's in college, somebody get caught with 2 pills in a car, which is a felony. Somebody does something that can follow them forever if they go through drug court, mental health court, veterans court, theft court. All these courts we have, then you can get that conviction expunged. Civil asset forfeitures, people don't know that under the law, you don't even have to basically have a conviction to take people's stuff. You don't. But we require that in the Birmingham Division, a paper trail to make sure everything is fair for everyone. And last, and I had this line on here, I've always had a problem with life without parole on drug cases, but the law in Alabama allowed it. And there were several people, and if you don't know a name for this class, look up a lady named Geneva Cooley, and you Google it and you'll see it. Life without parole for drug cases is, I think that's a no-no. Diversion programs, I talked about them, drug court, mental health court, veterans court, theft court. We have all these diversion programs that help people. They're important because most of the time when somebody comes to court, what happens? A judge says, you better stay out of trouble. I'm gonna give you 2 years probation. They walk out. That's it. Diversion programs, not only, in my opinion, they provide for people to have more assistance other than just walk in a courtroom, stand before a judge, and do whatever they can to walk back out the door. They also have follow-up where we can make sure these people are becoming better, are being whole, and becoming better citizens in our community. And they get the benefit, ultimately, if they do what's right, to have that conviction purged, which means it don't affect them for housing later on. It don't affect them for college education. It don't affect them for whatever they need in life. So these diversion programs are very important. All right, and I talked about asset forfeitures, but I want to get to something that's very important here. The Helping Families Initiative, because I'm moving quickly, I know my time. I talked to y'all about intimate partner cases and how we prioritize those with the SACI grant and the SAGI grant and the One Place. Another thing I wanted to tackle, because I'm from the Ensley community, and I know other than the grace of God is the only reason I'm standing before you as district attorney, because it's all God. My 2 best friends, one of which is in St. Clair prison with life without parole. You know, God chose me to do this job, I guess, for whatever reason. But I know that the pipeline to prison is real. And if you don't stay in school, unless you have a skill or you're rich, you will end up in prison. That's a fact. So why the Helping Families Initiative? The Helping Families Initiative is just that. We're in 25 Birmingham City schools right now. Ultimately, we want to move out into the county and get in all the schools. But what we do, we have a multidisciplinary team, and if there are 2 unexcused absences, a letter comes to their home from my letterhead automatically saying, the next one, you got to come see us. But the family are surprised to know that when they come see us, instead of going to a courtroom and a judge saying, if you don't go to school, I'm going to put you in jail. Mom and daddy, if you ain't in school, I'm going to put you in jail. What we do is we provide and find out what the root cause of why this kid isn't in school. Why is there chronic absenteeism in this family? What is the problem? So we do a home assessment. We send social workers out there, and we come back with a plan, and we provide wraparound services, and we determine why. How can we empower this family? Because you cannot help the kid unless you help the family, and we know that. So we provide those wraparound services, and we've had great success with this program, keeping kids in school, making sure that those kids don't make the mistake of dropping out, getting in the car, putting that gun in their hand, putting those drugs in their body. We're doing it, and right now we're in 25 schools, and in Tarrant in their feeder pattern as well. And I can tell you, and you can talk to the superintendents, that this program is working in these schools. It is. And these are some of the things that we do. We bought school uniforms for kids. We had one kid that's just stopped going to school because he was being bullied because his uniform was soiled. So he would walk out the house, but he wouldn't go to school. We got him new uniforms, and now this kid is doing well. This kid has been accepted to Jeff State Community College and is about to start in college. And so, I mean, again, everything you see up here are things that we do through the Helping Families Initiative, right at the district attorney's office, right there. We started a conviction review unit. Why is that important? Let me admit publicly that sometimes people make mistakes. And let me tell you that oftentimes people file asking for a review of their case. We didn't have a mechanism to do it. We truly didn't have a true mechanism to do it the right way. We just didn't. So we started a unit. I can tell you right now that probably 93% of those cases would not be overturned because we will find that those cases, everything went the way it should have gone. But there's that 1 or 2% that we'll look at and say, this process wasn't right. But we have a unit now, and we have guidelines that have to occur, but this is important to know this. We have a conviction review unit, which is the first one in the state of Alabama. The first one. But they're all over the country in all prosecutors' offices. But again, y'all, in Alabama, we're always last. But the first one in the state of Alabama we have. Here's something else. I just talked to you about the pipeline to prison. I'm almost finished. Due process for students. The Helping Families Initiative, I keep talking about the pipeline to prison, keeping kids in school, keeping kids out the system, keeping kids from doing something stupid that they'll regret when they get older. Here is some legislation that I wrote that you're going to hear about probably all over the news soon. And it's called Due Process for Students. And y'all may not know this, but Alabama, there is no uniform law statutorily that determines how long-term expulsion for students are handled. Look in the law books. It's not there. There's no uniform way to make that determination. All we're asking is to have a uniform way of doing it. If there's an allegation, serve that family, allow that family to come and be heard, right? Allow both sides to tell their story, their side, right? And make sure that before you expel a kid long-term from school, that they've had an opportunity to be heard. So the solution is at the bottom here. Adopt a fair, uniform, statewide system of procedure, due process, protection for students. That's all. That's all we're asking. Because here it says that Alabama students receive out-of-school suspension at a rate that exceeds the national average. Nobody knew that. Exceeded the national average. And Alabama is the only state in the Southeast with no statutory due process protection for students. The only state. So we need it. So everybody would know what are the guidelines and what are the parameters. Instead of just saying, hey, I know that teacher, I trust that teacher, I know that counselor, hey, you know what, I'm just kicking you out. You got to go. You got to go. There needs to be due process for that to happen. And I understand that there are some kids have to get out, but again, there has to be some due process. And here's just a one-pager that we wrote dealing with that issue. Now, and these are just some photos from what we did. We had people statewide come to the Harbor Center downtown to listen. And you see me over there in the corner, begging, talking to them, but to listen to what we're doing about this. And I can tell you, this has gained steam like no other. People were surprised to know that there were no statutory rights for students as it relates to long-term expulsion. I'm not talking about 2 days exposure, I'm talking about long-term, meaning you're kicked out, class 3'd. Here are some things just in my community, my neighborhood. I just put this slide in there because I want people to see the depth. This was just a backpack giveaway, and you see how many people showed up. And there were so many people that cried and was there to get backpacks, and the line was just so long. I was overwhelmed, and I didn't know that there were so many people that really needed. I mean, but these people literally cried about getting a backpack for their child. But these are things that you have to think about because all of us in here at some point have the ability to be a blessing to others. Last thing, second chance job fair. Why did I do this? People said, you're crazy. You're the DA. Why are you doing that? Well, if you truly want to fight crime, you know what you do? You change the trajectory of a person's life. But you have to have the courage to do it. That's what you do. You change the trajectory of a person's life. And if you look in the second chance, this second chance hiring fair was important because look at the numbers here. We had 57 employers registered, and I reached out to each one myself, and they knew our target audience were people who had been incarcerated. We had 584 job seekers at the Boutwell. We had 152 jobs placed that day, real jobs. A guy came to my office crying his eyes out, and he said, Danny, I just want to show you my first paycheck. He said, I remember you came to St. Clair County and spoke, and I was in the auditorium that day when you spoke in the prison. And I came to your job, and here's my first paycheck. Here's my fiance and my daughter. And he was crying like a little baby. He said, I just want to tell you, man, you changed my life. For the first time, I'm able to feel like a man and take them out. And I'm going to keep this job, and I'm going to be the best employer they ever had. And he's been on that job now for 2 years. Never missed a day. But he's also my credible messenger in neighborhoods to tell kids, don't make the mistake I made. That's what I'm talking about when you talk about substantive work, when you're in a position of leadership, having the courage to do things different. That's important. Here's the other second chance job fair I've had so far. We're going to keep doing them. We're going to keep doing them person by person, community by community, family by family, and we're going to keep making a difference. I started District Attorney League of Gentlemen. You see my mama standing there in the corner proud because the guy, she always in the picture. I don't know why she's there, but this young man is cutting the cake. But this young man was on the verge. When I met him, he was at Jefferson County. He was in the family court youth detention facility. But now, he's been offered a football scholarship at Jacksonville State University. But then the moral of the story is that he could have easily gone down that path. But we started this mentorship program because we wanted people. I wanted guys to know that no matter what neighborhood and what your situation is, you have a chance to be whatever you want to be. I am the person that you can look to and see that. And it's important that these guys know. And you see that we're working with guys every day, these mentors. We have a full-blown curriculum for the fellas, and we do a lot with these young men. But we only had 8 this time. We plan on having 16 to 20 next time. But, you know, when you're funding out of your own pocket, it's kind of difficult. You know, DAs don't make that much money. But I think it's important for you to know that. This is me at St. Clair Correctional Facility. And the reason I went there and the warden said, you really coming? I said, yeah. Because these people, y'all, 96% of these people getting out. They coming back into our community. So I wanted them to see me. And I wanted them to know. And it's strange, and I'll be brief, but I told them, and it's strange, this is a true story. I walked in this gymnasium. It's 5:30, it's dark. I am afraid, but I couldn't let them see that I was scared. I had people with me. And I walked into this gym, and there was a band playing. And there was about maybe 360, maybe 300 guys in the gym. And I didn't know what I was going to say, so I never know what I'm going to say. So I just prayed and said, Lord, tell me what to say. And when I got up, and I'm thinking, Lord, you want me to really say this? But I told them all. I said, I think you all are cowards. And you could hear a pin drop. And I said, here's why I'm calling you a coward. Because you'd rather be in here and continue to come back in this revolving door than to have the courage to stay out here and fight this fight that I'm fighting to try to keep these kids in school, keep guns out of their hand, keep drugs out of their body. But you'd rather hide behind these 4 walls and play dominoes with each other versus coming out, being the man that I know you are, and making a difference in our community. That was the gist of my conversation with them. And I challenged each one of them. And 2 of those guys right now, I have lunch with 2 of those guys once every 6 weeks right now at the fish market. And those 2 guys are doing great things. One of them started his own mentorship program. But again, you have to have the courage to do things that you normally don't do. Here's just one of my last slides, just community outreach in schools. Just trying to make a difference. You can see on the bottom now, that's me with some kids at the county jail. Because I wanted them to really see that the stove is hot. That it's really hot. And it's no joke. And when they walked through that jail, they came out and them guys like, man, that's unbelievable. I would never, I don't ever want to go there again. This young man up top, you see his sign say, I am Danny Carr. I thought that was amazing. He played me at a Black History Month program, and I surprised him at the school the next day. That's just making a difference, y'all. It really is. And we all have the ability to do it. And that's me in front of the American flag. Because I tell people now I'm living the American dream just being from where I'm from. Nobody ever thought it. But I truly believe that we're all blessed because the good Lord knows, and he trusts us and know that we'll be a blessing to others. And you cannot live a great day unless you do something for somebody that can't repay you. I'm going to say that one more time. You can't live a perfect day unless you do something for somebody else that will never be able to repay you. I want you to hold on to that and think about that and grab on to somebody, because each and every one of us are blessed because we all can make a difference in this room. Thank y'all for listening to me. If you have any questions, I'll take them. Yes, ma'am.
I want to say thank you for all you do.
Yes, ma'am.
Before your presentation, I always wondered, we are building bigger and bigger jails, but what are we doing to keep them out of the jail instead of building bigger jails?
That's exactly.
And listening to what all initiatives that you have, I'm very touched and it's very admirable that you're doing all of these things. And I would really like to know from our group, like, what can we do to help you?
Well, what you can do to help me, and that's a great question, and thank you for that. And I agree with your sentiments, first off, about, and as a prosecutor, people say, oh, you should just do what prosecutors have always done. Walk around the courthouse, you drink coffee, people come downstairs and tell you, hey man, I just got a 30-year sentence. Oh, what you do good. That's it. But if that's it, that's the easy part. The hard part is every day going out and pounding that pavement, making sure that every day you make a difference in somebody's life. That's the hard part. But they said prosecutors shouldn't do that because that means you're soft on crime. You can be hard on crime, tough on crime, but smart on crime at the same time. My little brother was murdered. I live with that every day. I'm gonna tell you, I tell people right now, I tell any group, anywhere, anytime, any place, murder cases are different to me. I have no sympathy for them. None. So don't talk to me about it. But a guy that got a drug addiction problem, incarceration is not the answer for that. Getting help. But those are two separate tracks. But this group can do for us is, if you want to get involved in our legal gentleman group, if you want to figure out and find out how our Helping Families initiative can come, we can help you or a family that you know about. We'll be willing to do that, but we always need warm bodies, new ideas, things of that nature that can come to the table and help us, because all these initiatives are not funded by the state. These are initiatives that I'm doing myself. These are not initiatives that's in the state budget for DA's offices. Only thing, I'm sorry.
I can't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry, y'all. Hey, y'all, I'm sorry. And I'll be brief, but all these initiatives are not funded. The only thing that's funded through the state for us is to prosecute cases. That's it. And that's barely funded. But the legal gentleman, that's funded by me. The Helping Families Initiative, that's funded by us. Now, the Board of Education did give us a little money to help because they saw how it was working. But all that stuff, we just always need ideas and people willing to come to the table, be a part of what we're doing, be a part of the solution so we can eradicate the problem. But and I'll leave my email with anybody, my number with anybody. And I will tell this group this also. If you have a child that's, you're having issues with, bring him down there. Let me talk to him. I'll walk him through the county jail so he can see where his home will be. He can see his accommodations. Trust me. It changes lives, y'all. And I know as parents, we all will do whatever we can to save our kid before it's too late. And I'm going to tell you, if they in that car and their buddy got that gun and they the lookout person, at some point it may be too late. So again, whatever I can do to help, I'm willing to help. And thank you. And whatever, anybody in this group, I leave my email, my card, my number. If you want to help, if you want to be a part of the solution, because ultimately, I'll say this right now, I do want to start a DA's League of Women as well, young women. But of course, I'm a guy, I'm a man, so, I got a daughter and I can't even handle her. She tell me what to do, so I don't know how I can be a mentor to a bunch of girls. I mean, so that's something I want to do. But again, I'll leave my information and we'll talk more in depth. Yes. Sure.
Okay. I've always wanted to know what is the determining factor to send something to the grand jury rather than directly to court? Like, I watched every 456 episodes of Law and Order.
Here's the difference. That's a great question. Here's the difference. And I'm going to tell everybody this. In Alabama, You cannot be tried by a jury, no matter if it's capital murder or no matter if it's one Oxycontin pill without a prescription. They both have to go through a grand jury before you can be tried by a jury. So there's no skipping that. You have to be indicted by a grand jury. That's a must. And I tell people that all the time. You cannot, and people make a lot of noise about, you hear the headlines. Mike Smith charged. Yeah, he charged. But the rubber don't meet the road until you're indicted, if that makes sense. Rubber don't meet the road until you're indicted. And I'll give you a quick example about that. We have what's called charge, then you have to have a preliminary hearing, right? If that preliminary hearing, the judge find probable cause, it goes to a grand jury. Well, if that judge don't find probable cause, guess what? The DA still can put it on the grand jury. I don't have to worry about that judge. I said, judge, do what you want to do. I'm gonna go to the grand jury and let them hear it. So you have to be indicted by a grand jury before you can be tried by a jury in circuit court. I hope that answers your question. All right, good. Law and Order. I used to watch it, but now I'm like, I hate that doom 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 thing. I don't get it. They never do that for me. Yes, sir. I can't.
So the question is, initially that first slide, I think started in 2016, those cases keep going up, right? It was
Right.
like 7,600, and I think we got to 8,000 or something, right? So
Yes, sir.
ultimately, I would hope these programs that you're enacting are going to ultimately start driving that caseload down. And we didn't see 2020, but I assume that's what you want to do. And are you discouraged because we're not there yet?
I'm not, but that's a great point. And the reason I'm not is because at the end of the day, we're seeing, and I'm seeing direct results of the programs. Now, you can look at it two ways. One way you can look at it is the people that we're talking about, when we're talking about the Helping Families Initiative, and we're talking about that is trying to prevent people from ever getting in the system. That is being proactive as it relates to, you don't want to do this, stay in school, don't do all the things that, and when they hear it from us, maybe I hope it means a little more. But the other stuff are programs where we want to try to get people to not go back, and we want to try to empower people. So it go both ways. Somewhat it does, but I tell people all the time. People say, "Well, what's the mayor doing, and what police chiefs are doing?" A lot of these crimes occur now. They're where you see where the family had the spat and the young boy got killed. The police can't stop that. That's a family gathering that they plan to celebrate a birthday. Nobody can stop that. So it's so you make a good point, but we're going to keep, as I said, we're going to keep pounding that pavement and hope we see some real results pretty soon. But the way DA's offices are made up, we're technically the courtroom part of it, and the police are technically the people out on the front lines. But for me, I feel like we need to be out on the front lines as well, trying to prevent people from coming to the courthouse if we can. Now, we don't have the resources we really need. We're just talking about me. We need more people to participate as well. So, but yeah, that's a good point. But yeah, I hope those numbers go down. I really do. I think I saw your hand.
Yes, sir. Do you have a way, like faith-based organizations that work with people that are out of prison, that teach them trades, whatever, help them get back on the street?
That's great. He asked about faith-based connections to help people as well. I have myself. I have a huge network of pastors throughout the county that want to help, that I've met with and talked to. To be honest with you, there's so much going on. I hadn't been as diligent as I need to be to connect and include them in and figure out a way that I can truly make that work. Yesterday, I went to a church over in Centerpoint and their pastor wanted to meet with me about kind of 12-step program that they're starting to try to keep people off drugs and want the drug court to refer people to their program and things of that nature. But for me, I would like to figure out a way to include some pastors and faith-based groups into what we're doing, because I think that would be a huge help. And to be honest, again, I really hadn't fully figured out how that looks or what needs to be done, but I am definitely open to doing it. And I'm open if a faith-based group has somebody or has something in place already, we'll incorporate that, and we'll incorporate that through our diversion program and see if we can get those people referred to that church or to whatever. I mean, we would love to do that. Whatever we can do, we'll be willing to do it. Absolutely. So thank you. Yes, sir.
Fun question.
So lots of great things going on. Thank you for all you're doing. The Second Chance Initiative in particular, that story is powerful. What kind of resistance or just challenges are you running into? Because I can certainly understand why people might be a little hesitant to hire those kinds of things. So what are things that people like us can do to help promote or be a part of this?
That's a great point. The initial resistance, it was kind of tiered. The first one was just other people in law enforcement, like, you're the DA. You shouldn't. That's not you shouldn't be dealing with that. But the second part of that was trying to convince employers to come to a job fair where their target audience are going to be young people. I mean, going to be people that have been in prison. And I didn't go over the stats, but if you looked at that sheet, we had the stats of the youngest person that showed up, and I think the oldest person that came was 71. The youngest person was 17. We had 6 people that were the JD, meaning a Juris Doctorate, had been to law school. Just kind of give you, and we got the stats on there if you can print. We got the stats on there. But for the most part, everything evolves around money. And I'll give you an example. The Boutwell Auditorium, I had to pay for it. Again, the state didn't help me. I paid for it. I literally had to pay for the cops to be there, but the cops were like, Danny, you don't need to pay us. So I'm like, no, because I don't want nobody to say that I'm using my office for public gain. All right, now, I don't need that issue. So I paid them out of my pocket. But again, things like that, because again, we're about to do a big one at the Bill Harris Arena. And I'm gonna tell you another thing too. Max Transit, the girl I knew at Max, she heard about it and she provided bus tickets for the people to get back and forth to the fair, because some people didn't even have transportation to get there. We also are gonna do resume help this time. We're also gonna do classes about interviewing, all that stuff to get them prepared. I'm doing a clothing drive. Some friends of mine that had suits and stuff, we're gonna give to people so they can wear them. So it's so many layers of this stuff that you have to do. But the one thing that I would ask is that, when you leave here, think about it and tell somebody else and let them know, and you'll see it either on the news or something, and you'll have my number, information. You want to email me and say, hey man, whatever I can do, even if I need to come and sign some people up, I'll do that. Small things like that really help. They really do. They really do. So again, thank you.
Well, you're too overqualified to speak to this group after reading all the accolades you have.
Oh, thank you.
All right, thank you. We appreciate all that you've done. Thanks so much. All right, Christina, your fellow classmate is up. She was born to wear blue for sure. Yes. And you should be able to see the screens. And if you will make sure when you go to talk, you push the right button and it'll go red, and that means you're live, and then you can turn it off. And that way that the people watching online can hear.
So for ours, it's for some brochures she brought.
Okay, do you want me to pass those up?
Yeah, at the end.
At the end. Let me get your presentation.
Lori, are you gonna press? Okay. Like, help. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much. And I want to thank Leslie because she helped us coordinate this program. And of course, we have our panel of speakers. So thank you, guys. I really appreciate it. So I'll go ahead and start. As you can see, the title is called Latinx. It's complicated. So I kind of wanted to give you a background about the word Latinos because a lot of people are like, is it Latina? Is it Hispanic? And now you hear coming around Latinx. The truth is it's really, really complicated. The term Latino was actually designated by the census. It started with the word Hispanic, which means of Spanish speaking. But then that kind of not included the people from Brazil and Portugal because they speak Portuguese. So then they came up with Latino because that was from Latin-based roots. And then here recently, as of last year, they started, one of the candidates for the, I want to say it was an assistant for a candidate for the Democratic Party came up with the word Latinx. I'll let the ladies tell you about it and how they feel about it. I'm going to give you my version of it. We don't care. Like flat out loud. For me, the most important thing is I'm from Mexico originally, and that's where I came. The census used this to just get everybody in one term. So here's a map of all the countries that are considered Latino or Hispanic. And if you notice, we're also missing Spain in this map, which is in Europe, and Portugal, which is on the other side of your map. If you notice, there's also in gray, Belize is a British colony. So they're not really considered Latinos, although if you ask us, we'll take them, we'll go with them. And then the French Guiana, obviously, you know, they speak French, so they're not technically considered Hispanic or Latino, but they are still part of Latin America. So as you can see, it's already very confusing, right? And we haven't even gotten to the deep part. But that kind of shows you the population. In Latin America, there's over 628 million inhabitants, and this, I think, was from 2018. I also wanted to talk about our languages because you think about Spanish and you think we all speak the same Spanish. Just look at the word niño, which means kid. And depending where you are from, if you see there's Buenos Aires, they call it pibe. And for example, in Córdoba, Mendoza, they call it huachín. There's other people that call it different things. The word pendejo, it's actually a bad word in Mexico, but it means kid in Buenos Aires. So you know, so it really, you know, the Spanish, depending on your audience, it really matters, and it really matters depending on your country of origin. The other example I have is the pen. Look at how different words we use for just describing a pen. So again, we understand each other, but you know, sometimes we'll make faces at each other because we really don't know what we are speaking about. We kind of have to come up and be like, hold up, what are you talking about? So I brought you some population facts for here for Alabama and for the United States. Currently, there's 58 million US Hispanic population. 1 out of 2 births in the United States in 2020 was supposed to be Hispanic. I don't know, I haven't gotten the new figures. We are poised to be the largest minority. 1.8 trillion is the US Hispanic buying power. I think that is important to be aware of because a lot of people do not realize the buying power that we have. It's 1.5 times higher than non-Hispanics. As of July of 2017, and I apologize, I know that we have a new census, but the numbers haven't come out yet. There are roughly 58.9 million Hispanics in the United States. That's probably more by the time we get the census. So we're the largest ethnic racial minority, and we constitute 18.1% of the nation's total population. In Alabama, most Hispanics are originally from 15 countries, but more than half are from Mexican origin. I'm from Mexico. And you'll see from our panel, we have 2 girls from Colombia here. And then I also included the top counties that are Hispanic here for you guys to know. I think that is also important because a lot of people do not realize the pockets that we have. And you can see Jefferson County has the largest Hispanic population, but then of course you have Shelby County, and there's also Marshall County that is pretty large as well in Madison County. So, you know, we have different little pockets where we are. And I have a handout for you guys with all these numbers so you can save them and later on use them for reference. as well. And then, obviously, in case you were wondering, Spanish does matter to us. Latino culture matters for us, and we do purchase in gatherings. The word familia, which means family, is extremely important for us. It's one of the biggest things, and it's something that you will see consistent throughout our community. Of course, we have music, culture, other things that garnish us together, but definitely, that's something that we're very intense. And then this is just, I have to do the plug for Buffalo Rock, since I'm here. So thanks, work. So I wanted to, before I let the girls speak, I wanted to give you the perspective of an immigrant, of a Latino immigrant. This is actually, my husband hates it because I told him I have now 2 birthdays. This picture was taken on September 27th of 2017. So that's my US birthday. That's the day that I became a US citizen. And as you can see in the picture, my parents are there, and that was actually very emotional because that day I had to give up my Mexican citizenship in order to become a US citizen. So I guess you can see it in my dad's face. He's still not sure how to take it. Although I do have to say, Mexico still considers me a Mexican citizen. So it's funky, and I'll allude to that in a minute. To the right on the picture, those are some of my faculty, professors, and mentors that they came all the way. My ceremony was in Montgomery. That's where I had to go to become a citizen. My future husband is in there, and he's very proud to say I didn't marry him for a citizenship because I was already a citizen before I married him. I think he really takes advantage of that, and he really goes to town with it. And then there's some coworkers, and then there's our fiesta mom, Teresa, who she started the festival fiesta here in Birmingham. They all drove over to Montgomery the day of my citizenship. So anyway, so you're seeing the final step on 2017, but I wanted to take you back to how long it took. I came to the United States in 2001 on a student visa. And I need to tell you, my story was, for a lot of immigrants, is considered an easy immigration story. It's considered a dream come true because of how easy it was. So just keep that in mind, okay? Mine's easy. So I came in 2001. I did not have any family in the US. So, was I skilled? Well, I came and I went to Jacksonville State University. I graduated with a Bachelor's of Fine Arts in Graphic Design, and then I started my Master's in Business Administration. So it was because I had my Master's in Business Administration that I was considered skilled. I got a job offer with a dental office in Anniston, Alabama, and my visa allowed for 1 year after I graduated for me to work for a company. So I went for it, and I started working at the dental office. So you see where it says, are you skilled? Yes. And then, when it asks, do you have a college degree or specialty occupation? That's a yes because of the master's. So as you can see, I had a shot at that point. I had to work for the dental center for 5 years in order for me to apply for residency. And I had that job offer. But once we applied for residency, my employer had to do a lot of work, and they actually had to pay the US government. I am so thankful to the HR department at the dental center because they had to literally put my job out in the market as if I was leaving, as if I was no longer working with them. So literally, just imagine yourself, they're putting out my job as if I'm no longer with them. They're putting it as if they're trying to replace me. Because the US government asked, in order for someone to become a resident or for someone to continue to have granted work visa, you have to justify that you're not taking employment from a US citizen. Now, bear in mind, I did Hispanic marketing with that dental center. The part of being Hispanic was not accounted and was not allowed as part of that description because it would be considered discriminatory while I was applying for the visa. So just think about it. This was happening also right in 2008
So just for 1 month, they had to have my job posted, my job listed out there to the world. I cannot tell you how nervous I was, if I could only describe, I felt like the guy that has the world holding in its back. That's how much it felt at that time, because literally I had to show that I was better than any other candidate out there for me to be justified to become a resident. So the month passed, HR had to keep a whole binder of everybody that applied, and they had to write a note on why they weren't justified for my job. So just remember that, this is the easy one, right? Okay, so then the month passes, and they've gone through this whole process. So, I know, circle it because it was, I guess you can hear it on my voice. It was really, really intense. So then I had to wait. I got my green card, but then I had to wait 5 more years to apply for citizenship. And I wanted to point this out, and I wish that JD had stayed because my attorney, and I know I have an immigration attorney that is a friend, and he hates when I say this, but when I got my green card, I was told that whatever I did, don't get a DUI. And I was like, what? You think of DUI as being a misdemeanor, right? It's not that, obviously it's big of a deal, but you don't think it's one of those biggest crimes. So what they told me bluntly, and I'm sharing it with you guys, was like, I could kill somebody, I could steal from somebody, but if I got a DUI, I would be immediately deported, like completely taken out. Like anything that I had done up until that process would be taken out. And I'm not gonna get political about, because I believe every country has a sovereign right and you have a right to your laws, but just think about it. A lot of police officers now and they pull over people because they are under the influence. And if they give that person a DUI and they're an immigrant, they're done. They can't stay. There's no way around it. So just that's just something to think about. So anyways, so there goes. I waited my 5 years, then I applied for citizenship. I had to wait a whole other year. I had to study for the famous citizenship test that y'all hear about. Samit is shaking her head. She knows about it. And then, I went, the appointment was in Atlanta when I took my test. So I had to go all the way to Atlanta. I also had to get fingerprinted. They had to do a background check and make sure that I didn't have any aliases or anything funky going on. And then once they did that, they don't really tell you much when you go in there. They just tell you, okay, there's 10 questions out of the 100 that you take, you can only miss 3. And then I passed. They did tell me I passed, which was great because I was like, I was hoping they weren't gonna leave me hanging for 6 months. And actually, in order for me to it took another year for me to get the citizenship. So that picture that you saw, that's all the amount it took. So I think overall, it took, with financial cost and everything, it took about $65,000 that I had to pay. That's not including what my employer had to pay in financial fees. That's just my out-of-pocket in 16 years of being in the United States. I came in 2001 and I became a citizen in 2017. So that just gives you an idea. And again, this is a very easy, very straightforward immigration case. So I just wanted to give you that background so that you're familiar. I think a lot of you guys don't really get that exposure, don't really know about the process. So I felt like I could share this with you. So now that I'm gonna introduce the panel, I just want you to, 4 things to think about. When you're talking to Latinos or reaching out to Latinos, be aware of language barriers. You saw how Spanish can be very different. Also, another thing I want to tell you is a lot of times you see immigrants, and I've heard a lot of people say, oh, you speak really good English, you're great at it. Why not everybody speaks English like you? Well, you have to think that everybody has a different story. A lot of these people are coming in from very, very dangerous situations. They're coming and look for an opportunity. They may not have the education. I've met people that have had at one point 3 jobs. So put yourself in their shoes. They have 3 jobs. They're trying to make ends meet. English is not their first priority. Getting food to their homes is first priority. So just remember that when you see someone that is having trouble speaking English, there is a hurdle behind it. it's happened to me. You know, I actually, when I got a job, I won't say which job, one of the conditions for me to get that job was that I took diction classes because my accent was too thick. So I know my husband was super offended. I didn't get it, you know. I was like, sure, I got a job, you know. It's like, yay. You know, I thought of it as an opportunity for me to become more fluent and more joined with you guys. So just that's one. Then not everyone is Mexican. You know, 63% of us are Mexican. It's really easy to label. But just keep in mind there's other 22 countries that people could be from. So just be very, very careful. It's easy to call someone Mexican. And then realize that within one family, you might have different legal status happening. And I'll let the ladies talk about it too. I can tell you immigration is definitely a topic that comes at least once when we get together. It's just part of it. You might have, you know, you hear about the DACA children. Those are, the parents might come in undocumented, but the kid is born here in the United States, so legally the kid is a US citizen. So they are okay, but their parents may not be okay. And then they may have brought a little brother and sister that was 2 or 3 that is the DACA kid that is, until a couple of months ago, they were in limbo, but it seems like now they're gonna be able to get a path to citizenship. So you will have very, very mixed situations. I have customers that are not US citizens that they feel comfortable sharing that with me, that have US employees working for them, and there's no way they can become US citizens right now with the current immigration status. So I just wanted to give you that background. And then when doing marketing, make sure you actually reach and have someone that is Hispanic or Latino look over it. As you saw, there's a whole bunch of different countries. You don't want to be using the wrong Spanish if you're reaching to Guatemalans versus speaking to Mexicans. No, really, because it makes a huge difference. So you probably want to know what the country of origin. So just remember, country of origin takes precedence. And with that, I put you here, the different organizations that we have, but I am gonna open it up to our panel. I am gonna give you really quickly a review about each one of them. Sylvia Espinosa-Laxon, she's the development manager with Hispanic Interest Coalition of Alabama, HICA. She leads the rebranding, marketing, and donor outreach, event planning, and fundraising efforts. She was born and raised in Colombia, and Sylvia moved to the US in 2010, and as an international student of University of Alabama in Birmingham. She got her BS in marketing and her master's in public administration with a nonprofit concentration. While she was at UAB, Sylvia was active in the American Marketing Association UAB chapter, the Honor Society Phi Kappa Phi, and is a member of the Alpha Kappa sorority. She currently serves on the Fiesta board for Birmingham, and she's fully bilingual and has 5 years of experience in marketing. She's married to Landon Laxon and enjoys cooking, traveling, spending time with her dog Chiquita, and visiting her family in Colombia. So that's Sylvia. Wave your hand. So they know you. They're all wearing masks. Dulce Victoria Rivera. Dulce is the executive director for Mi Pueblo Supermarket in Alabama. She's a first-generation Mexican-American. She was born in Houston, Texas, and she was raised in Central Alabama, and she's proud of her country and her Southern upbringing, but she never forgets her Mexican heritage. Her heritage has become essential in her professional life with Mi Pueblo Supermarket, and the company's vision is to bring a piece of home to the growingly diverse community by providing quality international goods at affordable prices. She's very dedicated in using her knowledge and talents in helping bridge the gaps between the communities. She does this by volunteering in a number of nonprofits. She's a co-founder of the HICA Junior Board. She's a member of Fiesta Birmingham, and also vice chair for the Community of Hope Health Clinic. In 2019, she was awarded the United Way of Central Alabama Small Business Volunteer of the Year Award, the Ignite Award. And she just got recently, we're hoping to hear next Monday, she got nominated for Outstanding Young Professional for the Summit Media's Minority Business Award. So keep your fingers crossed for her. I'm hoping she wins. All right, so then we have Vanessa Vargas. Vanessa was born in Colombia, and she moved at the age of 5. As a young child, she has been involved with the growth of the Hispanic community. Vanessa is an acting manager for the Latino News, The newspaper has been in business for over 23 years. I just think that's an outstanding and great accomplishment. She's a graduate from UAB, which she completed her undergraduate degree in Human Resource Management, and she has a master's in Business Administration. She serves on boards for Fiesta, Hispanic Catholic Services of North Alabama, UNCF Young Professional Advisory Committee, HICA Interest Coalition, Bare Hands, and Orders. Some of her interests include traveling, exercising, eating, and being involved with the community. So there's Vanessa.
Thank you for having me.
And she brought some newspapers for you guys to see them too, and we'll share them at the end. And finally, but not least, this is Daisy. And you've probably seen her business. And if you haven't, you're missing out because she has like the best chicken ever. I mean, I know there's some really good fried chicken places, don't take me wrong, but she's got some really good chicken. She's the owner and CEO of Pollo Lucas. She's originally from El Paso de Cobos, Guanajuato, Mexico. She's passionate on her role there at Pollo Lucas. It enables her to run a high-energy, diverse, multicultural business. Building customer relations has been key and fulfilling throughout Daisy's career. She has seen their customer base expand and flourish. One of the quotes she gave me was, seeing how kids that would come into the restaurant and now are married and bring their own spouse and little ones into Pollo Lucas is priceless. From day one, I made a leadership commitment in the customer retention. Thanks to that commitment and a broad customer base, we're making it through these difficult times. The restaurant has been open since 2005, and she's proudly on Lorna Road, so. Yeah, so there's Daisy. So now, I'm gonna let them speak. I've talked enough. I think my first question for you guys is, as a Latino small business owner, what has been your biggest challenge? And I'll let Vanessa start.
Hello, everyone. I'm happy to be here. And do you want me to just jump into the question, or do you want me to give some of the background?
You can do both if you want.
Okay. I'll give you a little bit of my background, very short. It's the struggle of, being an immigrant as well, but I think one of the biggest things that people have to understand is when you are a kid, you mature faster, especially if you come here with your parents. And I say mature because you become an interpreter since a very young age. I mean, can you imagine if you have to open like a bank account or just go to Alabama Power to open an account and your parents don't speak English? And so you're having to be that interpreter with a limited amount of vocabulary, I came here when I was 5, like she said, and my parents started the business, which is Latino News. It's a weekly publication that's been around for 23 years. My story was my parents came here with a tourist visa and they did a work visa. But when we did our renewal for our work visa, my parents, my brother was becoming a citizen. And I didn't fit under that petition to become a resident in the United States because I was of age, 21. So that meant that my parents were going to become residents and then citizens. But I was stuck in limbo. So what I had to do to maintain, and that was, in my family, my parents come from a very educated background, and they were like, whatever we do, we have to maintain, our legal status no matter what, because that's opportunity. And so when my parents became residents, I had to drop out of high school and get a student visa. And I went straight to college. It was tough. Back in the year, oh my gosh, I'm gonna miss prom. What is this? But then it's better for your future because you're trying to, make a future for yourself. And so I got a student visa, and then my parents, after they became citizens, they petitioned me. Petition is when they ask you, hey, she's a part of me, she can become a citizen. And that's kind of my story. And I agree with Christina, one of the biggest things that you develop a work ethic, but you're actually having to watch every step that you make, every decision, because that could hinder your future here. And really it just depends on the immigration officer.
Right.
That's pretty much it. But back to the question, challenges that you have. I'm a proud Alabamian. Like I said, I was born in Columbia, but I was raised here. Our newspaper covers 13 counties, so I've seen Alabama all the way from Athens all the way to Mobile. So, and I love every aspect of it. I love hiking, so I've enjoyed everything. But it's hard to be a minority, a minority-owned business. And this is a twofold question. And I'll say it because from a national perspective, Alabama has a specialized community. And I say specialized because as a newspaper, we're always compared to bigger markets, Miami, Atlanta, even Texas, Houston, San Antonio. And so when they want to invest in, to keep expanding and growing, they're like, well, you don't cater to that community because it's not big enough. Because a lot of the Alabama, it's made up of rural communities. And of course you have Birmingham, Montgomery, and Mobile, but it doesn't compare to those larger markets. So, and they don't see the value of like the locally owned, the family owned. They're basing it off of larger markets. And then that second part is with our own community, like our buyers. It's a constant education of the language barrier. If there's a language barrier, and you're like, well, yes, there is a language barrier. But nowadays, when you travel, technology has allowed you to communicate. Google Translate, yes, it's not perfect, correct?
No.
But you can definitely make yourself be understood. I remember when my mom, after being 5 years here, she would go in person, and Latinos are, used to expressing themselves and this and that, and then the mannerisms, you can make yourself be understood. So I think that allows for opportunity, and it's that misconception of, oh, well, I don't understand their language, we can't. But there's different forms of communication. Obviously, the phone might be a little harder, the accent and all that stuff. But that's a big part. Mm-hmm.
Sylvia? Can y'all hear me? Yeah. Hi, good morning. My name is Sylvia Espinosa. Well, I guess a little bit of background. I came here in 2010 as an international student. I wanted to pursue my career and I wanted to have opportunity, so I left Colombia. After I traveled to Australia, my dad was like, you cannot be in Australia because it's way too far. So I was like, okay, then the US. And the first thing, and part of what Cristina says, familia is important for us. Family is one of the things that my dad was like, if you want to leave, you need family close because you're my little girl. I'm like, okay. So Alabama came, my home. And I went to school to do my business degree, and I started working with a company. The process for my work visa started. Unfortunately, that didn't work out. And in the meantime, I was in the process to still go back to school because I wanted to do my master's. I went back to school. I had, unfortunately, to stop working because while you're an international student, you cannot work full-time unless you're doing a co-op or an internship that is full-time. And it's very specific. It has to be specific to the degree that you are receiving. And then during my master's program, I met my husband. So, I fell in love, and we got married. So things are different in every situation when it comes to the immigration process. I work at HICA. HICA is a community development organization and advocacy organization that champions economic equality, social justice, and civic engagement. And to go back a little bit to what Cristina is saying, we do have, HICA has been a home for the Latino and immigrant community for over 20 years. As far as helping navigate the community, to seek resources, to giving them information about, I'm having a baby, where I should go? How do I, like she said, connect the power? Having that, the lack of, one of the biggest barriers has been the language barrier, and we do advocate for that. We do partner with the Language Access Project, which is one of the stuff that our Strong Families program handles, as well as victim support for domestic violence cases, and any kind of resources and informations. We do count with amazing partners, and I can tell you that these ladies even are partners of HICA in every single way. Tanto Pollo Lucas, to the point that Pollo Lucas supports organizations with events for our community. Mi Pueblo Supermarket is being there anytime that anything comes up with the community. We know who can we reach. And of course, as far as the communications, we reach out to the people that have been throughout the business and have helped reaching out the communication and communicate to our community, not only
not only to our services, but also to what's going on and what's happening, because it's important to have that level of communication because of the Spanish. So as far as the challenge, the biggest challenge is there is no, besides the language, they're not realized, they're not familiar of the process on how to open a business. What is the registration process looking like? In every city, every county, it's different. So, and for those that don't speak English, that becomes one of the biggest challenge. HICA does have a community economic development program where we help immigrant and Latino communities to help them through the process, explaining them, hey, this is what you gotta do, this is what you need to provide, helping them with the forms and with the registration aspect. So when it comes to the work that we see it as empowering most of the time. We believe that empowering is what we do about keeping and moving forward the community, because we want to be there and support those resources in order for them to achieve their dreams and aspirations that they have, to providing food to the table, to being that person, like going to college. So it touches so many, like many different of the services that we do, that goes to, hey, I don't know where I need to go to open to open account for the bank. Then, hey, how I can apply for DACA. One of my kids, applies for DACA. So we help with the process at a low cost. And also like the economic development. I want to start a business. And then, oh, my children wants to go to college. How can they apply if they're U.S. citizens for FAFSA? Or what are scholarship opportunities? That they don't realize that they don't know that information. So we are helpful. We are the resource that they can come for anything. And if we don't have it, we do partner with different organizations in order to refer them to them.
Dulce.
Hello, everyone. So a little bit of background about myself and my story. So my dad became a resident thanks to the amnesty that Ronald Reagan passed back in the day. So he was very fortunate at that point in time. He's been here in the U.S. for 36 years now. He has been a really smart and very successful business owner, I like to say. He's had a number of businesses. Some make it, some don't make it. But that's his story. When he married my mom, she came over as undocumented, and then I was born here in Houston, Texas. But even though my dad was a resident, he didn't become a citizen because of the language barriers, because of not having the resources, about just not knowing what the process was. Most of the time it's just that you don't have the knowledge of what is going on, what the processes are like, or where to get help. Even if there are those different community outreaches that do help out, sometimes they just don't know, and that communication isn't there. Or, like Christina mentioned, sometimes that's just not a priority. That's just, your main priority is getting food on the table. And at that point in their lives, that's what their priority was. After having me and my brother, my mom said, you know what, I can't live like this anymore with the fear of maybe being stripped away from my family. So they started the process of her resident card, but since he was only a resident, it was gonna take longer. So it actually took her 10 years to get her residency, having 4 US citizen kids and a resident husband, and it still took that long. She was smart, and she became a citizen right when the time, they said 3 years, start applying, and that's what she did. So she became a citizen first, and then my dad, he said, oh, if you did it, I can do it. So that kind of motivated him, and he became a citizen too. It's only been, I want to say, about 5 years since that happened, and my dad has been here for 36 years. So it is just different processes for everyone. I was very fortunate in that I was born here. I was raised here in Alabama, and I graduated from Calera, went to school at Sanford. So I've grown up with the community. I was here when there was virtually no Hispanics. I was the only Spanish-speaking kid in in my school, and I was forced to learn English without an accent, like Christina said. At the moment, it might have been hard, but I think in the long run, it's helped me a lot, and I don't regret it, and I don't regret my experience at all, and I love it. I grew up, like I said, in Clara, and just watching how our community has grown so much in just my short time of life is astounding. I mean, just now you can go to Alabaster, Calera, Montevallo, and I'm pretty sure they'll have a Spanish interpreter. Back in my day, there wasn't. And like Vanessa said, I was that bridge between my parents and whatever English speaking they were gonna do. And with a very limited vocabulary as a kid, So I think that whole experience also leads to this question, which is, what has been your biggest challenge? And I think that language barrier is very important, but it's also that culture, in that they're trying to open a business and they don't know the processes. They don't know how to get a business loan. Most of the time, all of these Hispanic businesses, they're brought up with straight up capital. They don't know about going into a bank and getting a business loan, or maybe they don't qualify for it because they don't have a social security number. All they have is an E-10 number, and that's very limiting in their growth, because sometimes they do have the potential, or they do have that vision, and they see that niche in that market, and they want to fill it, but they can't because they don't know the processes, or they don't know where to go to get help. Even though there are community outreaches that different foundations that help out, they don't know about them. And I think that is getting easier because we're trying to, we've grown, there's this new generation of grown, educated Hispanics that are here. We're young, yes, we're young, but we have that love for our community that we want to reach out and help. And I think we're moving in the right direction as a community, as a whole, because I also see there's a lot of love between all of the communities, like just the Alabama instance, not just the Hispanic community here in Alabama, but all of it. And I feel we can do a lot more than what we are doing already, and I think we're going in the right direction, but we do have to think about those stigmas that are around that.
Thank you, Dulce. Daisy?
Hey, thanks for the invite. Hello, can you hear me? Okay. I'm Daisy Zavala. I came to the U.S. in 1995. That's a long time ago. Became a U.S. citizen when I was 17. This is because of my father, and just like father, the amnesty. I was the only person Spanish speaking in the classroom, and I was treated well. I would see the kids around me and say, "Hey, say words," and they would laugh, and I just laughed too. Anyways, to make it short, it's been a journey. It's the language, and ever since I got here, I loved Alabama. I mean, it's challenges, pretty much just the challenges in my head prevented me, or the fears in my head is the only thing that's prevent me from doing anything I want to do. I'm proud of what I've achieved throughout the years, and I want to inspire other women, not just the Latina woman, to follow your dream. If you want to be a business owner, you never know until you try. So to answer your question, as a Latino small business owner, what's been your biggest challenge? My biggest challenge was to get people to try my product, the Hoover community. It was challenging. And in the business world, it's not just selling, it's being profitable in order to remain in business. So in my head, I'd be like, okay, well, we got to sell so much in order to pay rent, or we got to sell so much in order to pay employees, taxes, and all of that sort of stuff. So at the beginning it was hard, but what really helped me was taking it day by day. Just don't think of all this stuff. You can do this. Just take it, day by day, and one customer at a time. You're gonna build this up. I had a business plan. I knew well what I had to do. So it was one plate. Serve a quality plate, fresh quality plate at a good price, and that helped. I fell in love with my business, so I'm always there. So establishing that customer base was key. You gotta have and build it up. So that's what's gonna make a business grow. With the help of Latino News, the marketing platforms, the nonprofits. I mean, we all support each other, and I think that's very important to as a community to support and to help. So facing this challenge, we gained a lot. You face your fears, you face your challenges. So you get my goal was to get people to try me. So people tried me. They loved it. Some people didn't like it. Some people liked it, and that kept us in business. So we got the Hoover community, and not just the Hoover community. We got other cities as well that travel just to eat at our restaurant, grilled chicken restaurant. So yes, that's been the challenge.
So that's actually a really good segue for our next question. How is doing business in Hoover different from other cities? And I know you know firsthand, Daisy, so I'm gonna start with you about what has been different for you here in Hoover.
I'm really happy. From the moment I went in to turn in my application, just Pat, she was so welcoming, very helpful, understanding. So it's great. The demographics are great. I mean, I think Hoover, we got a great city. The diversity in Hoover. I mean, you got Middle Eastern, Israel. I mean, all kinds of cultures, and what the city is doing to promote this diversity. It's to be inclusive. It's very important. So. Or police department, or fire department. All of those aspects are important when you have a business. You want to have that peace of mind that they're watching over you at nighttime, closing time. They're there, and it's peace of mind. We're in a great city.
And I remember you told me about you moving from Oneonta to here. Can you talk about how the difference there?
You can tell the difference. I want to thank, all the staffing. I mean, they're just so educated. They treat you with respect, and it's good. It's good.
Dulce?
So our business isn't really, well, like I said, my parents have dipped their toes in several different businesses. Our supermarket is, we have 2 locations, one in Pelham and one in Homewood, so just a little bit outside of Hoover. But you can definitely see like the Hoover clientele go into these businesses, and like Daisy said, the diversity, you can tell from the different parts of Hoover, like which store they would go to. And that helps us as being an international market with the different products that we carry, and we can cater to all those different cultures. And we're always open to new ideas or new products that maybe someone's looking for that they can't find here. We will go out of our way to try and get it into our market. Now we also own a Hispanic radio station, a Spanish-speaking radio station in town, and so they sell a lot of advertising to different businesses, and you can tell the Hoover market is growing so much just in the Hispanic businesses because, like Daisy said, the diversity's here. It's so central to everything. You know, you have the interstates there, and the commerce here is just growing so much that you can tell right away just with advertising and that. And I think it's amazing in the way that it's growing, and I look forward to see where it goes.
Thank you. Silvia?
So from what we have heard from our constituents and our clients that we serve the community, we have heard that Hoover offers good potential for like new business ventures. And they are very satisfied with the service that they have received here from the city officials. So any kind of interactions that they have received, they have been satisfied and welcome. That's basically the word. They're like, it's welcoming. So it's good.
Vanessa?
All right, so like I said, I've grown up, like Dulce, I've grown up with the Hispanic community, and I've seen the community grow, and also I've experienced different counties or cities. Our business originally started in Etowah County in the great city of Rainbow City. And I think in those rural areas, it's not, I think people are nice, most of them. I never had a negative experience, but they also weren't as, you know, how do I say, like interested of like learning about my culture or, you know, my background. They're like, okay, well, here you go. But I think that Southern charm has always been there, at least from my perspective. And then with Hoover, I think we still have an office in Valleydale, off of Valleydale Road. And it's funny because Hoover is so special because you can be in Jefferson County and then Shelby County. So I think that's also plays a big role in when you open your business because you can have higher, and it's cheaper. I think it's affordable, and you have that 101 help. Just to kind of give you an idea, I think for me, Hoover is a shining example of a progressive city. And I think what they said is it's being welcoming. I think I want to be more I want to give a better word for that. I think it's an intentional welcoming city because it's the largest suburb in Alabama. I mean, Hoover has more than 85,000 people as their population. And then we're sitting here, yes, we're the panel, we're obviously Latina, but if you look at amongst yourselves, you know, there's also diversity within here, you know, and you're also interested because you're here. I don't know if it's required, but you're here, okay? But before, let's go a little bit to the past, and I'll basically say why I say it's intentional about being a welcoming city. Before the pandemic, and we'll go back to 2004, when Mayor Patelos was the mayor, he reached out to us and he was like, hey, I want the Hispanic community to feel welcomed. That's exactly what he said. So we did an interview with him, and it just showed the interest, you know, that other cities are like, oh, okay, yeah, like maybe Marshall County, they see it. Obviously, they work in the poultry business, in the business chicken plants and all that stuff, but they're not always actively seeking or, hey, how can we help you? Let's communicate. So there's that communication opportunity there, and they've taken full advantage of it. And from a personal example, the Hoover Library. I mean, I think a lot of people, even within our community, the programs that they offer. I know when I was in college, my minor was French, and I was able to come to the Hoover Library to join the French club. And then also the variety of classes, ESL classes that they offer as well. And then also the variety of books. So, and also even the restaurant that they had back in the day, yes. And we work with the Hoover Library to promote those programs, especially the ESL. Even when I don't know if the restaurants still haven't been there, but back in the day, they would always do a Oktoberfest soup, the beer soup that it tastes like beer, but it was delicious. So you wouldn't get drunk off the soup, but it was delicious. Let me tell you that. But every month they had something celebrating culture, you know, and it wasn't just Latino. And I think that's what's beautiful about Hoover. It's the diversity, but intentional about being inclusive. There's still a lot of work to be done because there's, you know, the Spanish is the second largest language that's spoken, but there's a lot of more. people within our community. And then during the pandemic, I say intentional welcoming cities because the resources, I don't know if she's here, but the Hoover communication person, Melanie Posey, I believe.
She was here, but I don't see her.
Okay. She always reached out, and with Latino News, we would translate some of the resources that for the people that went during the pandemic, the COVID, the what to do, what precautions, and then vaccination as well. So I think that's what I have to say about Hoover in comparison to other cities.
Thank you, guys. We're getting close in time, so I'm gonna ask you this question, and then I'll open it for people to ask you questions. How can other businesses benefit from doing business with Latinos? I'll start with you, Vanessa.
Okay, so I'll keep throwing numbers out. But business with the Latinx community, and I think Latinx will you can say Latino, but a lot of us we say I'm Colombian, So, but anyways, from the Latinx community, there's 4.6% of the population. There's 75,000 Hispanics in Alabama. So they're contributing to the economy. And like Dulce said, you're not looking just at the first generation now when it was, 16 years ago or maybe a little more than that. You're looking at the kids that have grown here. Some of them don't even speak Spanish because I'm lucky enough to speak Spanish and be very fluent. It's because of the work that I'm doing with the newspaper and these ladies as well, because they're constantly working with the community. So it's a consumer with needs. I mean, just like you need your tires changed in your vehicle. I talked about the sample example of just needing electricity. Those are needs. There's just resources and products at the community. So I don't think, I go back, I think the language barrier should not be an obstacle because there are resources. You can do interpreter. I keep promoting Google Translate or, but I'm serious. A lot of people have used it. I had a friend that went to Tokyo and they're like, the only way I was using Google Translate. And it's just a way of just getting the conversation started and being there and making yourself be understood. So yes.
I just do want to say a caveat. Do not do a marketing campaign with Google Translate. Make sure you do get someone to read it in Spanish. I know she's saying that's more for immediate needs. Yeah. I know I'm looking at you, Nick, but I'm just saying don't use Google Translate.
It's a way to break
no
the
shame
ice.
on anybody. Yeah, well, it's not accurate and it could get you in trouble. So it's always good to have someone that reads it because you saw it can be a bad word on something. But sorry, that was a small break. Yeah. Sylvia?
Well, I guess to point out what you're saying is it's important when it comes to the formalities for any of the registrations and any of the documents that our community needs to sign. If they're not translated properly, there could be misunderstanding and mistrust. It can also build mistrust, and you don't want to have that in the community. You want to make sure that what they're reading is the actual document translated formally in English in order to have that just confidence in between themselves. It's like, yes, I know that this is translated correctly. I know what I need to do. Let me just sign it. And if there is questions and stuff, do not hesitate to even reach out to organizations like HICA in order to help consumers and customers that are interested in open businesses in a city to, hey, I have a person that has questions. How can we help? So it just opens doors in so many different ways, and how can you interact with broadened communities? As far as your question, Cristina, and the benefit, I do believe that the diversity of the cultural background, it does more than being open and bringing inclusivity in within the city. I do think that also as far as the economic, it brings it broadens the access of a wider of offers and quality of services, and as well as in products like Daisy was saying, and that also leads to a thriving economy, local economy, and job creation, and then sustainability in the community. So I do think it has a lot of benefits, and Hoover does have that. It's wide diverse, and it's diverse is so beautiful. I do enjoy it. It's like you learn so much that it could even be just a creation you can apply into a job business that you're trying to open. You can just be so creative. just because of the different perspectives and the different cultures that you learn from different people. It gives you new ideas. So.
And I'm sorry, Dulce and Daisy, but I got really limited time, so quick answer from you and quick answer from you too, please.
So I think the biggest thing for me would be that Latinos and just our values are so much entwined with Southern values, which is, you know, if you find a business that's welcoming to you, you're going to come back. That client retention is it's key for business owners, but it's also key, you know, for the community because, you know, if I know at this city, you know, they're very welcoming to me who I am limited in my English but I want those products. I want to try your new restaurant. I want to go shopping at your new store. Just having that welcoming environment, I feel like it's key in that client retention, and it just helps with the, like she was saying, economic growth and sustainability. And I think that's just key, not just with us Latinos, but with also just the community as a whole. And that's what we need to be focusing on.
Thank you, Daisy.
Yeah, well, it's going to be the...
You're good.
I'm good? Okay. So it's pretty much the spending power and the buying power that Latinos have, whether you're a real estate agent, a dealership, a restaurant. We can all benefit from doing business with each other. I met my attorney at the restaurant. He was my client for many years. One day he gave me his card, and we started doing business together. He does closings for our properties and stuff like that. So it's you establish a business relationship, and it's good to have an open mind when dealing with the Latino companies. There's a lot of talent, like I say, and great companies. We got a great work ethic, and we're ready to work together.
Guys, okay, I'll open it for questions real quick. I know Lori's looking at me like it's break. So
That's fine.
Go
We'll
ahead.
take a couple of questions and.
Okay.
So, I'm from Birmingham. I'm 4 years old, and when I finished in high school, I took Spanish, and my bachelor's in Spanish. The crazy thing is that in 2003, 2004, I was a Spanish interpreter for Hoover High School. So I don't know if y'all know Zyka Jones, but she's from the States, but I knew about Kika. And thank you for the work that y'all doing. But it's really interesting because, like, in your timelines, you talk about how I remember when there was like no Hispanics in Birmingham except on Valley Avenue, and now how the community has grown. And I appreciate what you all have done for the community. And one thing I learned was that, like she said earlier on, I may have missed part of your presentation, so I apologize if I'm asking a question. But I remember that, like you said, when you think of Spanish-speaking countries, there are tons of Spanish-speaking countries. But now that I'm getting older and I'm getting more familiar with terminology, you said something that I would like for clarification for myself, and I think it may be useful, because you said Latinx. Can you explain the difference between that, Hispanic, Latino, and those kind of terminology so that at least I'm clear on it?
Oh, no, yeah. You just opened a can of worms, but go ahead. Vanessa's really passionate about it.
Well, I'll just simplify. I use.
No, it's a very good question. So
I think when I use Latinx, it's a new term. It's actually, I think it's like 2 years old. I want to say, maybe I could be wrong, but Latinx is inclusive as if you're gay or not, because one of the biggest things is everything in Spanish is feminine or masculine. Okay, even me, I'm a Latina. If I was a boy, I'd be like, I'm Latino. So I think the term Latinx came about just to be inclusive of the people that, if they're gay or not, or they don't want to identify themselves. That's the big thing with Latinx that I did want to clarify. And then Christina touched on the Latino, Hispanic. Latino is most of like Latin America and South America, and then Hispanic is from people that were actually came from Spain, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
that are Spanish speaking.
Spanish speaker, yeah, because Brazil, they don't speak Spanish, they speak Portuguese, so they'll be considered Latinos.
So, but we don't care.
Yes.
No, in
If you
all
ask me,
honesty.
I'm Colombian.
Yeah, and Vanessa and I have actually had a very, I think all of us have had a really candid conversation, because a lot of us are offended by the Latinx term. Because it was created by an American, it wasn't created by us, but even the word Latinos, it was created by the U.S. Census. But I think I really don't care which term you label me, and I'll let them answer to you on that. But I think for me, I'm fine with Latinx because I feel it's inclusive and we're including our LGBTQ community. But I also see the people that are offended about it because they feel that it's taking away from the language. You're taking away the Spanish part of the language. You're taking away from Latino or Latina. But again, we understand the inclusiveness on it. So, but I would say always ask where you're from. That's always well received and very much so appreciated. Especially if you're not Mexican, it's always nice that someone asks you where you're from. So.
I do think that I want to point out really quick. I know we don't have much time, but it's good to be intentional about the audience that you're talking to. For example, depending on the age and the range of ages, and the more maturity. So, for example, if you talk to my parents, well, my parents don't speak English, but they will hear Latino and they will understand, or Hispano, they will understand. Latinx, for them, they'll be like, what? But with the new generations and the inclusivity, including the LGBTQ community, it's important because they grew up here as well as they have that culture and knowledge that they're gathering from their families. Maybe some of their families don't understand, but they also want to be represented in a way that because the language has their rules, it can be tricky. So I think it's just as gathering and appropriately using it when you're talking to the audience and how wide is the audience that you're reaching. If I'm writing something for my country, I'm not gonna. I probably won't use. I use the @ symbol, but here in the United States, I also want to make sure that the audience feels welcome and open and that they can come anytime because the doors are open. So the Latinx, because it has been used in so many times now and it's well known, I would say that now it's more known than anything. So it just changes, but yeah.
I think everybody's ready for lunch, and we really appreciate y'all.
We still have one more speaker, though, before lunch.
Sorry.
Hopefully you ladies can stay and join us for lunch today. We've got plenty, so thank you so much. We appreciate it. So we originally had a break scheduled, but we're actually getting kicked out of the room at 12. So we're going to go ahead and just continue straight through with our next speaker and then just break a little bit earlier for lunch. So sorry about that. We are in, a pivot year for us. And for those joining us via the web, we will not be able to broadcast the second half of this day because we're not going to be able to come back to this room. So enjoy this next speaker. Remember those books you got free today? Thank you. Do what? We can broadcast from over there? Okay, I'm hearing we can broadcast from over there. I don't know how that's going to work. But Alan Rice is shaking his head. Okay. Do you have the advancer?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, and there's some materials that they've brought. So, okay. Is everybody leaving? What'd you do to everybody, Tyler?
Everybody wants a break. I get it.
Okay, take it away.
All right. So I know that I'm in between lunch. I get that. So that's the first thing that I'm up against here. So I'll make sure we get done on time. Actually, about 5 minutes early. And then secondly, I do want to say great job to our speakers earlier. I wish I could have been here for the book signing. That sounded really awesome. So a couple of you said thank you for the books. I appreciate that. So you're welcome. And I'm glad that we could provide that for you. So that's really exciting. But I'm glad to be here on behalf of Regions, not only as a sponsor, but also to talk to you all about our diversity and inclusion culture that we're creating and the journey that we've been on. So, the first thing I want to say is, when you think about diversity and inclusion, and something we talk about a lot at Regions is giving grace to each other. And I can see Danielle smiling in her mask. But I'm probably not the expert on diversity and inclusion. I'm going to speak out, today, from my perspective as the employee and kind of what we've done as a company to roll this out and go through this journey. So please understand that give me grace if I say something wrong, or if I say something that, doesn't maybe come across the way it should. Because that's something that, we talk about when we have conversations, because something that, we've really tried to ensure that we're doing consistently is just having honest dialogue with each other. And when that happens, sometimes we are, sometimes we say something to offend someone, sometimes we say something that doesn't meet them where they're at in their life, or, kind of relative to their skills, or, what they've seen in the past. So just, please understand that, when we go through this, that, we're trying to do our best to be intentional and create a culture of inclusion. And I'm going to share with you, from my perspective, what we've done. And we've got a lot of people that work in D&I, and they're really busy right now. So the good news is they've got a lot going on, and we're out there in the communities really trying to make a difference. So just want to say, thank you for that up front. And something else that we have done is we've got this segment called "Don't Judge Me, Get to Know Me." And so when you think about that, we're not excluding anyone. We're not even excluding people that look and act like me, right? So with that said, I say that because we've all got a history, we've all got different skills, we've all got a difference of opinion, right? Difference of education, and the difference in background. And kind of one thing that y'all probably wouldn't know about me is I'm adopted. So that makes me different than some other people. So I want to say that as we go through this, because just be thinking about that. And we're all different in certain ways, but no one is excluded, especially people that look like me. So the first thing that when you think about diversity and inclusion is starting with a business strategy. So the first thing that we looked at when we wanted to build our strategy was, our missions and values, because that's really where everything starts at. And this is our business, right? So we wanted to weave in an emphasis around diversity and inclusion, but we also wanted to make sure that we had our business strategy in place first. So, we really started building upon the missions and values of regions when we hired Claire Green in 2018. So she's really kind of the pivotal point when we started being intentional about what we were going to do with diversity and inclusion. So Claire Green is our diversity and inclusion executive, really. She reports straight into the executive office, which is intentional because we wanted to make sure that, that's always at top of mind, with the executive. So, we kind of built upon the missions and values foundation, and then we took that into looking at these three areas. And what we wanted to do was make sure that we were looked at as a diverse employer. We also wanted to make sure that, our talent acquisition aligned with those strategies, that, when we're out recruiting people, that we're looking for diverse candidates, so we can build that workforce to make sure that, we've got a lot of different voices, skill sets, and also opinions in the workforce. And then also, looking at compliance to make sure that, really, we're being held accountable to the things that we're committing to the community. And then what that does is that also puts us from a community engagement perspective and also an associate engagement perspective, ensures that we're keeping those things at top of mind at all times. So, with that, the commitment, starts with the communities and also starts with our associates to ensure that, all those other things kind of fall in place. So with that, we also are looking at, we understand it's a partnership, right? So diversity, inclusion, and center of expertise is huge, right? Because we want to make sure that all those people are ensuring that everything you see kind of down the line is working. So with that, it's a partnership, and we understand that it takes every one of these pieces to make things work. So that's kind of where we started. Claire Green was a big part of that, kind of getting us moving towards a model. And the next thing I want to show you is that model and kind of where we started with being intentional. So really what this model is, I wish it came up in pieces because it's a lot. So I'll explain it here to you so you can really understand kind of what it means. But it's a research-based model in looking at different levels of inclusion in companies. Okay, so this is actually something you also could probably use at your place of business. And looking at kind of a center of expertise, right, and ensuring that you're employing the right, actions. So when we first started this, we really were looking to get to level 4, which is aspirational. I mean, so you think about, inclusive culture, that's where everyone wants to get to, right? I mean, that's where everyone feels included, everyone feels like their opinions count, and where we're talking to everyone about, kind of what's challenging them, and we're also asking, for them to speak up and help us, move forward, right? And that also includes the communities, also includes the customers, and everyone's kind of, talking about this together. So we use this model to really highlight, what we've been doing. And we started obviously at level 1, so we feel like before 2018, we were, really compliance focused on diversity. So if you look at it, it says, just ensuring that we're, looking at diversity related laws and regulations, focusing on talent acquisition, establishing external talent as a diverse employer. So that's where we started. And that 42% means that about 42% of the companies that were included in the survey of the company that built this model say that that's where they feel like they are. So they're kind of in level 1. So when Clara came on, Clara Green came on to ensure that we were being, really intentional in building that diverse culture and getting to level 4, we really started moving up. And, when we went to level 2, that's 31% of people surveyed. So obviously as you go up, there's less companies that feel like that they're, higher up on that scale. And if you look at, that's really HR and D&I owns it. So we stood up several different, programs and several different, opportunities for associates for feedback and customers and communities. And, that's really when we start focusing on some policies and programs to support our diversity inclusion efforts. And if you look at, some things that includes, it's, programs and ERGs and BRGs, which really are things that help conversations happen and help people understand, what we're looking for and what we're doing well and what things we can improve on. And it was really good. And those things were happening throughout 2018, 2019, and a lot even happened in 2020, even though, it was a challenge from getting people together perspective, right? We did a lot of things virtually, and the bank did a really good job of pivoting, to some virtual sessions, which I'll talk about here in a little bit. So we feel like right now we're at level 3. We feel like we've reached to where, we're kind of leader-owned diversity inclusion, which is really, we feel like is a huge accomplishment, for focusing on it only for about 3 years, really total. And if you look at that, the leaders own it. So I think a lot of what we've done with having Clara, and some things that she's done, which I'll share here in the next few slides, but ensuring that, they report straight into the executive committee, and, she's on the executive leadership team. That's huge. So when you see that, it says leaders publicly, discuss the overall mission, the goals, and also the value of having broad inclusion. And we do. We talk about that all the time in our meetings. We talk about that when we have an opening. We talk about that when we're out recruiting, and also we talk about with our customers. To ensure that they understand that we want a broad customer base because we know it'll help our communities. We want a broad associate base because like Christina just said, we make it, and we're intentional on making sure we have people that speak Spanish in our branches because we know we have that population we have to serve. So really building upon this model is kind of where we landed to get to level 3. And then if you look forward, some things that we have done and things we've accomplished over the last few years are on this slide. I know it's very busy, and I'm going to explain what it is. But we looked at kind of a system of listen, speak, and act. So we're doing several things to ensure that, we do create that culture that's diverse. So one of the things we've done with Listen is, storytelling with Clara. So one thing Clara Green did was, we call them like fireside chats. And, when we first did this, it was all in person. It was downtown in Region Center. It was really nice because we brought a lot of people together kind of in a room like this. And I attended as many of those as I could. And we really just had conversation. And there were people invited, that were, that had a difference in opinions, and we wanted that conversation on purpose to hear the difference. So the mayor of Birmingham was in there. It was great. Because we got to hear from him and kind of his story, and everyone that's had a conversation with that it's been really nice, and we've made it live and available to all associates so they can see that we're ensuring that we're including as many people as we can. We also have internal podcasts that we've rolled out focused on wellness, focused on the 4 needs of the follower, inclusive leadership, and also diverse abilities and other inclusion-driven topics that we've done internally that you can watch. So they're really cool, just a way to get the word out, right? And also, we've partnered with Gallup years ago to survey our customers, and then we also started surveying our associates, but we also have weaved in, from diversity inclusion perspective, we weaved that in there. We've had about an 8-year journey with Gallup, and now we have a culture of inclusion index so we can survey, how we're doing. And Regions has earned the Exceptional Workplace Award 6 years in a row, and we earned that again for 2020. So, it's really exciting, and part of that's because of all that work we've done with Gallup and ensuring that, we're listening to everybody, not just the communities and the customers, but also the associates. So with that said, we're encouraging people to speak up. So when you look at speak, we definitely were engaging in impactful inclusion because we want people to know that they can talk and then we'll listen to them and try to understand everyone's opinions. And, that, again, we always say give grace because, we all have different opinions. We all say things differently. And I know I've offended people on accident, because I don't understand sometimes, how we have that conversation, right? Because my background is, I've never been around that, right? So, we didn't talk about that in my house, but, Regions encourages that. So speak is huge, but we created space for conversations. We provided resources to have dialogue, right? Instead of debate, we want to talk it through. We don't want to debate, we want to just talk it, right? And then we're encouraging that everywhere. So like my boss has that on all of his meetings. We have some type of conversation, around what are we doing to listen to people, what are we doing to understand, what are we doing to include everyone. And when you think about that really helps us all be able to know that we can speak up, right? And then diversity, equity, inclusion networks. We rolled those out in markets. The leaders obviously are leading those, and really what that's meant to be is the voice of the associates, so we can listen, so everyone can kind of tell us what they're feeling. We even did that last year virtually, and actually some people did it in person, in a setting where we were socially distanced and everything. I was involved in one of those too, but they were really good to where we just understand that what the associates have to say and listen to what they have to say. And then external commitments to racial equality. We've got a lot of great things that we've done externally, and hopefully if the website will work, I can show you. There's an external website that any of you can go to that just has some really good articles. It's called Doing More Today. They have some really good things on there that Regions has done to really just help bring the communities together and show what we've done to help, especially knowing that, we operate in a lot of diverse communities. So we want to make sure we meet people where they're at. And the last thing is ACT, I guess, which obviously goes right along with what I was just saying. We want our associates to own their development, and with that, our HR system does support that. So, HR completely understands what we have available to our associates from a inclusion perspective, and we want to give them opportunities to grow and opportunities to learn and advance. And, we've got a Regions Edge system that we just rolled out probably a year or so ago that you can go on there and sign articles yourself. You can look at, things to help you advance, and it's really self-served to where if you want to move up in the company, you just go on there and just say what you want, and the system will help you get where you want to be. And it's just a really phenomenal system. And the leaders help that too, but again, we have that system to help you if you want that. If you want to do something different or want to better yourself, and you can go out there and assign those articles yourself, which is really good. And then obviously associate engagement survey, which I talked about with Gallup, we have that, and we rolled that out. We roll that out usually September timeframe. Our surveys last year were really good relative to the environment we were working in, because obviously everyone pivoted last year. So again, we were top class, really top in class in the financial sector and in our associate engagement. And then the last thing here is building bridges for diverse talent. So we have a BRAVE program, which is for military associates, which is a really great experience we have, and I'll talk about that here in a little bit too. And also for the veterans, we have a program to hire veterans. We're specifically looking for those people, that we can employ and make sure that they have opportunities after they get out of service. And then you can see that we also earned the 2021 Military Friendly Employer and Military Spouse Employment Sponsorship Award. So that was really exciting, because we have that sponsorship, that partnership with them there too. So moving on to just some specifics around Conversations with Clara. So again, listen. We call that Conversations with Clara. We also started with the CEO because we thought that'd be a great place to start. So when we started having those conversations with Clara, John Turner, the CEO, was the first one. And some of the things, I think Danielle was there. Some things that he talked about, like he hunts, and you just don't picture, even like you wouldn't picture me hunting probably. I'm not a hunter, but just things you don't know about people, you learn, right? And he was telling us how he goes out and he likes shooting ducks and things. I thought was kind of interesting, to hear that. So that's why we started with him, to get everyone kind of familiarized with the process and what that looked like. But then we followed the inclusion calendar. So after we led with John Turner, the CEO, then we went down the inclusion calendar and did conversation with Clara relative to kind of what that what fit what the month we were in. And then we had a mixture of internal and external guests on the panels, which was really good. We invited a lot of people in externally. This was in 19 when they were in person. In 20 we did it more virtual. And then we use storytelling kind of as a platform. Like I said, instead of debate, we're just everyone's just telling their story. and then, model what the dialogue would look like, which means really we wanted to make sure that everyone kind of had an open mic, so to speak, to say whatever they felt like they wanted to say about their story, which is really exciting. And there's still conversations like this. They're still happening today, actually even more than we had before because of everything that happened last year. We're even encouraging it even more. So speak, a lot of things on this slide here. Obviously, it's pretty busy. We've got an external commitment to racial equality, and one of those things is we've got a community team that's focused on that in particular. So, the one on the left is, email that John Turner sent out to us after, the events happened last year, and, he just talked about how, we've experienced some unprecedented times, and, they shared, obviously, their story around how we're helping our customers. But with that, we also, announced a $12 million commitment to Advanced Programs Initiative to promote racial equality and economic empowerment. So, and I'll have Lori share a couple websites I've got here in a minute. And then we also helped with the response to the pandemic among the social unrest around racial equalities. We launched a thank you campaign. We hosted table talks with the CEO across the company to really ensure that we were listening and we were hearing what the associates had to say about the social unrest that was going on. So there were 15 of those done in 4 weeks, and I was actually in one of those too, where the CEO literally came to us in person. We had conversations, which was really exciting to be able to have that, that dialogue in person. And then we participated in CEO listening sessions internally and externally to just listen to people and understand that we know that, it's difficult. We know that everyone's kind of going through difficult times last year, and we wanted to ensure that we, had that voice for the customer and for the associates. We hosted events that align with the inclusion calendar. So what we wanted to do is include as many people as we could. And then we partnered with several clients that, that were passionate about this, which was really cool, and got to hear their story. And, obviously that helped us just have some conversation. And then we also had, last year we started, if you see at the bottom right, the Week of Understanding, which was really, really neat. So we actually had like a whole week that was dedicated to just having conversations. And that's kind of when we really ensured that we said, hey, we need to make sure that everyone is given grace because, we asked every associate in the bank, we had 97% participation, to just listen to each other. Understand where people are at, understand what they're going through, understand how they feel. And, there were a lot of tears shed during those conversations because that was, right after all the social unrest that we saw and a lot of things happening, that some people didn't understand, some people wanted to talk through, and just really provided an avenue to have those conversations. And we were really excited. This was our first year doing it, and we made everyone go online and do a certification. They did it. That's how we know we have 97% participation. And it was really good to just have those conversations. And what we've done since then is continue to have that dialogue to ensure that people feel welcome, that people feel comfortable being at work. If they have a problem or concern they want to talk through, then we can do that. And really what it caused us to do was build better teams because people got to know each other better and they got to understand each other's story. And if someone has a hard day at work, they might understand better, like what they're going through. Because, we all have obviously things we're going through at home and, at work in any given day. And that really helped us to build a better team. And we feel like that helped with our engagement scores at the end of the day. And the last thing is we have the CEO Action Coalition that we got into that represents 85 countries. And, really what that did was help us, just have, again, more conversations to cultivate a workplace that supports open dialogue. So with that partnership, we had a lot of different companies represented that helped us kind of figure out what that was going to look like going forward. And then to implement and expand unconscious bias and educational training modules, we have a lot of that to ensure that we understand or teach people what that looks like, because sometimes we might have an unconscious bias and not realize it. So there's a lot of different things that Danielle's team has done to help us, understand that we're paying attention to that. And then, another thing is to share best practices and lessons with the business community. And that's one thing that we did was ensure that, we're all kind of on the same page with what we're speaking, the same language. So, Lori, would you like to, if you go out to the notes part, there's some links. I can show a couple links here. And these are things that y'all can get to. If you click on the notes, and then in the notes, you can hit control and then click it. It'll take you to some links on our our Doing More Today site, and it's an external site anyone can go to. And if you want, I can have Lori send out the link to it. But there's some things on there that showed.
Control isn't working.
It's not. You might have to hit enable content. Uh-oh, something went wrong. Upload failed. Well, you can just go to the website if you want. If you type Doing More Today. We're on time, that's good. Yeah, there you go. So it's not gonna pull up the specific article I was gonna share you. There's a couple on there, but anyone can look at this, and the good thing about it is there's headings on kind of, news and community and insights and financial safety, and then See the Good is really fun because we're just talking about things that people are doing to help people out. But you can see that, message from Don Turner is the very first article, commitment to racial equality and what we're doing. And, you can see that there's a lot of things that we're doing relative to, ensuring that we are supportive of our communities and also of our associates. So, and you can see on the far right, the trending articles, A Heart Full of Grace. That's a new one. That's a great article. And you can see that also a lot of diverse executives that we're hiring, diverse leaders that we're hiring. That's going to help us ensure that we continue that culture. So I think that's good. Does anyone want to click on anything specifically?
Can you click on See the Good at the top?
Oh yeah, See the Good's fun.
And then go to e-cards. Go to Good Pets.
Yeah, Good Pets is fun too. People put pictures of their pets. Yeah.
Because this is fun. Like I kind of make a goal, like at least a couple times a week, to try to go out there and just send somebody an e-card. And they cover the gamut from birthdays to
Yeah.
Passover. I mean, you see everything there, and it's fun.
It is fun. Yeah, and it just gives an opportunity to show someone that you understand them and you care about them, and you see that that's what's nice about it is we're all different and we understand that. Yeah, See the Good's fun, but there's a lot of different. If you look over here on the left, the cards, and also in the news, there's a lot of articles. We couldn't tell you all the different articles that we've had, about our journey and what we've done with our diversity and inclusion, and we actually just added equity to it this year. All right, so you can go back to the PowerPoint if you want. Make sure we end on time. I know y'all are probably hungry. So the last thing again is ACT. So I said listen, speak, and act. So what this slide is showing is what we've done internally and some of the awards that we've won. So if you look at the top one, it's a Human Rights Campaign Foundation. So we earned a perfect score of 100 on that, 100% on the Human Rights Campaign Foundation. Its annual corporate equity index, which measures and benchmarks the LGBTQ community. So it really just talks about the efforts that we've made and to foster that inclusive culture. And if you look just below that is the Military Friendly Employer Award. So we won that, as a military friendly employer. We are specifically looking for people that have a military background. And we're also looking for people that have, obviously, have family in the military. So that's obviously it's an award that just literally we just won. The Valuable 500 up on the top right, we signed that pledge in just last year, and that's really observance of the National Disability Awareness Award Awareness Month. And then at the bottom is the military spouse I was talking about. And, we're a military spouse employment partnership partner, which really, again, we want to recruit, hire, and promote, and retain, military spouses. And that's part of that. When I showed you on slide 1, that talent acquisition piece, we're really making sure that we're looking for all different types of candidates. And again, that Gallup Award in the middle, we've won that award 6 years in a row. So, and, the Best Workplace Award also, is we've been awarded the perfect score from the Human Rights Campaign, which in addition to that, by being the best workplace for associates who are part of the LGBT community. So that also includes that too, which is really exciting. And so Gallup is noticing the work we're doing. And there's more things on the website I was going to show you, but obviously the link's not working. You can look at them. I would encourage you to look at them. There's a lot of different awards that we've won, a lot of different things we've been involved in to ensure that we are trying to get to that level 4 of inclusion, that's our aspirational goal, is to be a fully inclusive workplace. But the board of directors, our executive leadership team, and everyone that reports in through them are really looking to ensure that when there's an opening, we're also looking for diversity. So one of the things that we're trying to do is ensure that we have a slate of diverse candidates every time we have an opening. And we're intentionally trying to ensure that we understand that that's a challenge that we need to overcome. Right? We need to ensure that we have those candidates, and we're always recruiting for the right associates. And then ongoing conversations in our leadership meetings, encouraging dialogue, and also obviously giving grace. And I'll close out by saying that we have to stay committed to our values, and you saw that our culture and our values are really important to us. But we know we're not going to be perfect. Just like I know I'm not perfect, so I said that I know I'm not probably the perfect person to have this conversation. But we have to give each other grace and understand that. But one thing we know is we're going to stay committed to what our goal is, and our goal is to have an inclusive workplace where everyone feels important, everyone feels valued, and our communities are served, because we know we have very diverse communities and our customers, right? So a lot of great things that the bank has done. I'd love to answer any questions y'all have, but it is a journey we're in together, and appreciate just all of you and everything that you've done too. If you're a lot of people in here are customers for Regions, and we appreciate that, and also any feedback you can ever provide us, please give us, because we're going to do the best we can to ensure that we do what we can for our customers and our communities and our associates. So we've got, 5 minutes? Anything? Yeah.
I noticed Regions was in the news lately regarding the business that you all turned down as a result of your connecting what you're saying you're striving to do is try to really make business decisions that align with that. So I guess I'm just curious, just regarding like that. I think that's always a hard thing, because it's easy to say, come here and say we're inclusive, we value. The harder thing is to like make your business really reflect that in terms of the day-to-day decisions. So I'm just interested in learning more about like what's that like, even from your point of view, where you sit in your role at Regions.
Yeah, that's a good question. So, yeah, there's actually a couple articles, right now about a couple things that came up, and I was warned by the D&I people that if you ask that question, here's your talking points. It's in my emails. It's on my email somewhere. I could just say that we want to make sure that we're helping as many people as we can. That's really what it boils down to, right? And we don't want to turn business away, but we also are going to ensure that it fits our core values. And we have a core value system that really it promotes equity, but also promotes doing the right thing. And there's sometimes doing the right thing is turning business away. And I know we've turned business away when it's not the right thing for our communities and our customers. So I can't specifically speak to an individual instance when that happened, but I can guarantee you can find it. But I will say this, that we're not going to be perfect. We know that, right? And we also have plans in place to ensure that if things from the past come up, we can answer those questions. I know we've answered some questions from some groups in the last few weeks that have contacted us. I can't tell you exactly what those questions were and what the answers were, because I wasn't involved in the conversations, but I know that we're willing to take those questions. We're willing to answer on specific things. So if you have anything specific, please reach out to me, and I can get you an answer if anyone has anything specifically on what we've either done in the past or what you think we would do from a business perspective. But we are going to try to always do the right thing and make sure it fits our values as a company. Our values are to try to help everybody. Is that fair? I mean, okay, thank you. Yeah.
Somewhat tagged off of that. So much less about what you're turning down and much about what you're seeking. So in terms of advertising in a magazine like the Latin or
Yeah.
the newspaper, seeking to do business in communities that don't always traditionally use typical banking and those kind of things. What's Regions doing along those lines?
That's a great question. Yeah, we have a lot of things going on, where we are ensuring that we're involved in every type of community. So one of the big things we have is we have market executives across the community, across the country. We're in 13 states, and that's one of their roles, is to make sure we're involved in those communities. So, we have a market executive here for Shelby County. We have one for Birmingham. We have one for Jefferson County. And they're going out and targeting, and we have a lot of money set aside, as you can see and I can't even tell you numbers, Danielle might know, we just gave $25,000 for the tornado relief, for that community, right? So on that doing more today side, it'll tell you specifically what we're doing, but that's the market executive's job, is to go out and do that. Now, I work kind of alongside with the market executives, right? So I'm not the one that's actually out trying to get that business in those communities, but we have a lot of programs where we are specifically targeting underserved communities. And we've been doing that for years. Now, there's some regulatory things, that could change with this administration, right? They might help us or hinder us with those. We don't know what's going to happen yet. But, there are a lot of things that we've done in the past and a lot of things we're continuing to do. But the market executives are driving that because they're actually out in the community and they're interacting with those community leaders like Alan, right? And ensuring that we're providing the services needed in those communities. And we really have done a good job with those programs. There's a lot of different programs. You can read them, obviously on the Doing More Today site. And I can answer anything specifically if y'all want, once I can get some data on it and show you. But we are definitely ensuring that we're doing the best we can with that, obviously within the parameters that we have. Credit score is always a challenge. We do work with Operation Hope. We partner with them, and I think we have the second largest presence in Operation Hope out of any bank. And what they do is they help people increase their credit scores. And we have those Operation Hope individuals in our branches. So they sit in our branches, and if someone gets turned down for a loan, we can send them straight to Operation Hope, and their goal, and they actually have a commitment to increase credit scores in 6 months. And they do that. Yeah.
Sorry, Bill. Tyler is like all in my backyard right now, so it's really hard for me to just sit in the seat and not say anything. But to his point too, one of the things that we've really implemented is that those open conversations with our associates and that feedback with them. And I think because we've taken such initiative to be more inclusive in our hiring and having those open conversations, that's where some of these other initiatives, because they represent our customer base too, right? So that's been really helpful in getting that feedback internally so that we can take that and better serve those communities as well.
Yeah, we listen to everybody. I mean, if any of you have any opinions, please email them to me.
Trust me, we listen to everybody.
We do. Just email it to me and say, don't go on the Facebook page, please. Just email me directly. It'll come to me anyway. I know we're out of time, so
Real
I want to be
quick,
respectful of everybody's time.
is Regions the largest or second largest employer in the city?
In Hoover, we're the largest, I think.
The largest. So that's why it's important what Regions is doing internally. They're kind of set the benchmark for everybody else to follow. And I thank you for stepping in last minute for the lady that typically runs this program. So he didn't tell me to say that.
Yeah.
But yes, thank you for what Regions is doing. We appreciate that. And if I recall from last year, this is a program that Regions is willing to help smaller businesses implement. So reach out if this is something that you kind of want a platform where you can implement this in your own business. They'll share that information with you. And then also, free plug for them, Regions is hiring everything from entry level to bank manager positions. So, and thank you for your sponsorship. And let's go enjoy some lunch, guys. Thank you.
extend so she has more years if she wants to.
Yeah. That's why I'm like, you need to take it.
On the way to
'Cause I don't
school.
go and I wish I did.
I know, every day on the way to school, he's like, Mom, how do you say red in Spanish? I'm like, okay, I know that. Back that way
I
now.
know cerveza.
I don't know that one too.
That's
That
important,
one's
yeah.
really important. Thank you so much. That was so good.
Okay, I'm gonna stay for lunch.
Thank you, Kyle.
Thank you, you did great.
Oh, thank you for the book too, by the way.
You're welcome, absolutely.
No, I'm not eating lunch. I'm actually about to go change for something. Whatever mom posted. Yeah. Right. Right. I think that was before my time.
Yeah, you're young, so.
Well, before I was actually here in Birmingham.
Right, right. So it was actually a city-owned building, and a previous mayor, Barbara McCollum, said, well, we just had the first influx
Right.
of Latino residents, and she said, well, let's try to do some things, and so it was an effort, and it really became a pickup point for Danny to work with those kind of people. And it had to be moved because something complained about it, which is crazy. And it was moved over around to Centennial Drive, which is off the corner. But when it got over there, it was able to expand and really start offering some services to some other people. But it was such a shame that that was the bad period in our history when we went through that conversation. And now, fast forward 25 years, we have this panel of these Latino business women saying that this is a great city to do business. And I was just sitting back going, wow, that is a lot of progress in a relatively short period of time in history, because that panel wouldn't have existed 25 years ago.
Right.
They wouldn't have had those positive things to say 25 years ago.
Right.
And now I'm thinking, okay, so we're starting to see, and to hear them say it publicly, yes, this is a great place to do business. People are accepting and helpful, and I'm like, wow. So it's just
Yeah.
gratifying,
It was really good. I did want to ask them. I mean, and I think I kind of know the question because, Daisy was the only one that for businesses locally here.
Right.
But Ness and Sylvia do business with a lot of people with Hoover, and Dulce does too. And I know Dulce, they chose those two locations. They chose Homewood and Pelham because they're trying to capture the whole Jefferson County, and those seem like good locations. But it almost begs the question, why not Hoover?
Oh, yeah, I was sitting back there, oh, she had a store at Hoover.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I understand. They've got it pretty strategically located where they're coming from both ends.
Right. But it's also something to ponder too, is there missed opportunity there?
I was actually sitting here thinking of places, facilities that they could be.
Right.
And I'm gonna have a discussion with Greg Knight, who's our economic development manager, will be in that meeting
Right.
Thursday. And I'm gonna say, hey, we got a place that we should potentially pick up locals that would meet their footprint, fit their footprint. That was exciting to hear those comments. That really, I was like, wow, okay, so maybe we're doing some things right.
It's work in progress, and they were so appreciative. They never, they cracked me up. They're like, really, you went here